The Second World War caused enormous destruction and left large parts of the world in ruins. That's why the United Nations was established with one main target: to prevent war in the future. The UN is a meeting point where leaders from all around the world can interact. In the UN, countries try to agree on which rules and agreements should apply in the world. The most important topics of discussion in the UN are peace and security, human rights, and sustainable development. The Sustainable Development Goals is the United Nations global agenda to end poverty, fight inequality, and combat climate change by 2030. There are 17 goals and 169 targets. The agenda serves as a joint roadmap for all the countries in the world. One of the main principles of the Sustainable Development Goals is to leave no one behind. The most vulnerable should be given priority. In the UN General Assembly, all countries, small and large, have one vote and the same say. All member states are committed to follow the Constitution of the United Nations, the UN Charter, where peace and human rights are central topics. The most powerful organ of the UN is the Security Council. It's in charge of maintaining peace and security between nations. The Council has 15 members, 5 of which are permanent, and the remaining 10 members are elected for 2-year terms. Even though the UN is the most important organization working for world peace today, it also receives criticism for its shortcomings in the face of modern-day conflicts. Many argue that the organization needs to change to remain important in the future. The UN General Secretary has called for major reforms of the organization. Several member states have supported change to maintain world peace in years to come. No matter how you look at it, the UN is one of the most important meeting points in the world, as well as an arena for international cooperation. Even though the UN isn't perfect, it is the best we've got, and all nations must work together to take care of our world.
My name is Ahmed Habib. I'm born with sickle cell anemia. My first crisis was when I was 5 years old. Sometimes when sickle cell stays in one area of the body, that can damage the organ. For example, the tissues, the bones. Every time I put my weight on my leg, I feel pain, so I need crutches to help me walk. It's very, very painful. It's like being lit on fire, like a crashing hammer crashing over and over you non-stop. It's very hard to ignore, and it's very hard to endure. There is mental burden and emotional pain. It's difficult to deal with. That will make you depressed, and you don't see the bright side of things. I graduated from civil engineering, but I work as an artist. I lived with the pain for a very long time, and the only thing that kept me alive through this horrible pain is art, and I feel it's very, very therapeutic, and especially because I have a lot of days at bed, so I have a lot of meditation, a lot of art ideas. I have to create something to help me to stand out in this world. My talent has grown from my disease to give me the desire to be special, turn the pain into creative ideas and creative things. It's like taking clay and turn it into a beautiful masterpiece. To use it as a tool instead of complaining and doing nothing, you show it through your creativity and art. It gave me peace. Art, it's definitely a treatment for me because it alleviates my depression. I'm not talking about just a pen and a paper, any kind of art, either photography, poetry, singing, any kind of talent that make you special. When I get the pain, I find solace and find comfort and creating something. It makes me feel in control of something. It's like I am the creator of this beautiful land, which is the canvas, and I am the giver of life, and I give it life. So I hope everybody go to his talent and practice and hone it, so he never get depressed.
Both my brother and I have sickle cell disease, but he had strokes when he was 4 years old. And because of those strokes, he cannot walk or talk. My brother lives next door. It's good. I used to live with him, and then I moved away for school and life, and now I'm back, and I get to go over and see him and interact with him, and I like it. Hi, Daddy.
This is where she grew up. When her mother died, kind of changed it a little bit. The birds bring a certain peace and serenity in this house. And this is Christopher, my son. Even though he may be disabled, he's still got it together. The mind is sharp, and that is because of the reading that continually is pushed. Reading and music and all the things that are necessary to keep the mind going right. And maintenance of sickle cell is the key. If it's approached in the right way, you can manage crises. You have to live within your limitations, and that's something I had to put into her head continually in college. You have to know how to carry yourself, how to limit yourself. He had a stroke, and he was doing so well. Now he's bringing himself back up again, and that's pure encouragement from inside. They're warriors. To be a warrior, you have to be a fighter, of course. That goes with the term warrior. So they're natural fighters. They're fighting, consistently fighting. You're resisting the world, you're resisting the categories that you're put into. Once people hear sickle cell, they tend to put you in a certain category in life. And now you gotta fight that. You can make anything manifest once you put yourself to it. Because we have that power from within to make things happen.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining us this afternoon as we're going into the evening. Really excited that you all are here. My name is Toby Shannon, and I'll be your main moderator for this evening and this event. And so right now, I hope that everyone has been well and has been staying safe. And I just wanted to check in as folks are joining the call. If you would like to put your name in the chat as well as where you are currently, your state or country, we would love to see where you're from.
See, baby? You want to check it? Put your name and then you don't have to stay for the session.
And quick reminder, if you all are able, while we do have the folks presenting today, if you could mute yourself. Okay, thanks for putting them in. And I'm currently in Los Angeles, California. So I see East Bay, Maryland, Northern California, the Philippines, that's awesome. Oakland, okay, a lot of NorCal in the building. United Kingdom, Palo Alto, more NorCal. As more folks are joining, we're just waiting a couple of minutes for everyone to join, and if you would put where you are joining us from in the chat. Okay, so in the event of respecting all of your time, I'm gonna go ahead and get started. I know that folks are still joining us, seems like from all over the world. And so really excited for you all to be here today. So welcome. We are here for Human Rights Day once again. I see a few familiar faces, a few familiar names on the call, but excited to join you all again. And so we're here for the Sickle Cell Disease Symposium 2022 and the Human Rights Day. And so really excited that we can all be here to hear from some phenomenal speakers. And so as we get started, hope you all enjoy this time to get deeper into this topic, and we'll move right along. So today for our first keynote, we are hearing from Rachel Pittman. Rachel Pittman is the Executive Director of the United Nations Association of the United States of America. Responsible for UNA USA's national programs and annual Global Engagement Summit to maximize advocacy impact, she spearheads new initiatives by working with the National Council and affinity groups. With Rachel's leadership, members remain united in their commitment to global engagement, with the belief that each of us can play a part in advancing the United Nations mission and achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. So we'll be hearing from Rachel right now.
Good day, everyone. My name is Rachel Bone Pittman, and I have the privilege to serve as Executive Director of the United Nations Association of the USA. I would like to thank Lenora Williams and the rest of the UNA East Bay chapter leadership for inviting me to participate in today's Human Rights Day event. As you may know, the United Nations celebrates Human Rights Day on December 10th, which is the day the UN General Assembly adopted in 1948 the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, or UDHR. The UDHR is a milestone document which proclaims the inalienable rights that everyone is entitled to as a human being, regardless of race, color, religion, sex, language, political or other opinion, national or social origin, property, birth, or other status. But did you know that UNA USA has a special connection to the UDHR? We are proud to have had First Lady Eleanor Roosevelt, who played a central role in drafting the Universal Declaration of Human Rights among our earliest members and human rights champions. After Ms. Roosevelt helped shepherd the UDHR to its completion, she resumed her work with UNA USA and established a network of chapters across the country as chairwoman of the association. And through her work, UNA USA's support of the UDHR grew and never stopped. Now, I won't go into much detail about the UDHR because you will soon hear from Rita Moran, UNA USA's 2018 Eleanor Roosevelt Award recipient. This award has only been given a handful of times in UNA USA's 75-plus year history and is reserved for a UNA leader who has done extraordinary work in advancing the cause of human rights and understanding of UN human rights principles both within their community and around the world. Rita embodies all of these attributes, so you are in for a treat later on in the program. The fact that today's program will focus on global health disparities through the lens of sickle cell disease tells me that we are not living up to the standards of the UDHR, especially Article 25. This article states that everyone has the right to a standard of living adequate for the health and well-being of himself and of his family, including food, clothing, housing and medical care, and necessary social services, and the right to security in the event of unemployment, sickness, disability, widowhood, old age, or other lack of livelihood in circumstances beyond his control. In October 2021, the National Institute for Children's Health Quality featured an article written by Dr. Scott Burns titled, "A Physician's Reflections on Racism in Treating Sickle Cell Disease." In it, he said, "We must refrain from glossing over the reality that even for the children who are receiving care, many are not achieving optimal health. For sickle cell disease, some factors include a reluctance of providers to treat patients with SCD, overt and implicit bias, and limited expertise to take care of patients with this rare disease. This reality is not living up to the ideals our country and other nations agreed upon when ratifying the UDHR. The issue of health disparity reminds me of a recent UN field visit I took this past summer. I traveled to Nigeria with congressional staff delegation to see firsthand how U.S. bilateral and multilateral investments in polio eradication impacted achievement in wild polio eradication and strengthened its healthcare system. U.S. investments were prevalent through the incredible work of the CDC, USAID, UNICEF, and WHO. They partnered with Nigerian government on issues such as training healthcare workers, immunizing communities, detecting viruses, and storing and distributing vaccines. Yes, there were great strides made by U.S. investments, but there's so much work to be done. In every meeting we had with high-level Nigerian officials, an overarching theme was discussed: the need to strengthen its primary healthcare system. There is an enormous disparity between our healthcare system in the United States and that in Nigeria. In Nigeria, there's a need for more trained doctors and nurses due to brain drain, more medical equipment and supplies, additional hospitals and clinics, and necessities like generators for when the electricity goes out. Global healthcare disparities like the ones I just mentioned are why the World Health Organization is advocating for universal health care. This means that all individuals and communities receive health services they need without suffering financial hardship. It includes the full spectrum of essential quality healthcare services, from health promotion to prevention, treatment, rehabilitation, and the palliative care across the life course. It is why the United Nations included goal number 3, good health and well-being, as one of its 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals. Goal number 3 is meant to ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all at all ages, because ensuring healthy lives and promoting well-being is important to building prosperous societies. So here is where the work of UNA USA comes in. We are active advocates who use our voices on Capitol Hill and in our local communities to support the vital work of the United Nations. This includes calling for increased funding, resources, and support for global health initiatives that help countries like Nigeria, as well as address issues here at home, like the disparities around sickle cell disease. For example, UNA USA has sent numerous petitions and sign-on letters to members of Congress to advocate for increased funding for UN global health programs, such as the COVID-19 Solidarity Response Fund for WHO and the Global Fund to fight AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria. We conducted consultations on the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, which culminated with a report to the UN Human Rights Council on the state of racial discrimination in the United States, including healthcare disparities. And we educate our local communities on healthcare inequalities, like we're doing here today. Our advocacy and outreach work cannot be done alone, and solving the global healthcare crisis cannot be left up to governments. It will take businesses, civil society, educational institutions, and everyday people like you and me. Because as Eleanor Roosevelt once said, the destiny of human rights is in the hands of all our citizens in all our communities. Therefore, as you participate in today's program and become more knowledgeable about why healthcare is a human right, I hope you think about how you can use your voice to advocate for health equity on a local, national, and global level. I also invite you to stay engaged with UNA USA. Join us if you have yet to do so, because collectively we can build a brighter future for everyone, everywhere. Thank you.
That was a great conversation that Rachel kicked us off with, and I am pleased to be able to invite Dr. Rita Moran, who Rachel said was an amazing person. So Dr. Rita, thank you so much for being here. And just to tell you all a little bit more about Dr. Rita Moran, she taught the International Human Rights Law and Policy at the University of California, Berkeley, the University of San Francisco, and the University of Sarajevo in Bosnia-Herzegovina, and as a Fulbright Scholar at the University of Indonesia. She is the author of Torture, the Role of Ideology in the French-Algerian War, and of numerous articles on the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, on US-UN interrelations, and on human rights education. Dr. Moran, we're so excited to hear from you today.
Thank you so much, Sylvie.
Yeah.
My pleasure. And thank you, Rachel Pittman, for the very kind introduction. It's my pleasure, not my task, to talk to you today about the Universal Declaration in the context of the growth of the United Nations as the world's only body set up to enable countries to come to blows, but not with arms, but rather talking across a table. It is possible that the people who headed our governments after the World War II, and I'm thinking of Franklin D. Roosevelt, who was US President, Winston Churchill, who was the British Prime Minister, and Joseph Stalin, who was head of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, as it was then, came together to try to obviate the possibility of conflict between nations as a way of solving problems. That we have come a long way since the UDHR of 1948. And at that time, there's a memorable photograph of Eleanor Roosevelt sitting in the General Assembly, knitting on something as the vote came through for the adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. What's the problem here? Why wouldn't nations instantaneously say, yes, of course we need universal standards? Well, some are more prosperous than others. Some live in more favorable climates than others, and there is not equity and equality among all the nations. So there were tough decisions to be made by each nation state about this. Will we agree that our sovereignty as a nation state will be the only decider, or will we let other issues enter into our legal agreements? This is the first time in well-recorded human history that countries determined that they would not only use legal principles in arranging international law, but they would include morality and ethics as part of this new framework for the world following the Second World War, where we would hope that principles of human rights and a desire for freedom would prevail. It was not an easy fight, and Eleanor Roosevelt was a tough warrior. I'm indeed honored to carry the title of an awardee from Eleanor Roosevelt's human rights work. Let me tell you where I came in on this, and so you can see that there's room here for people from every kind of background to get into the struggle that we need to carry on today in order to achieve peace, security, and human rights for all. I was living in London, although I'm a US American, but I was living in London with my family, and we then all went our different ways. And I went to study international human rights law in London at the London School of Economics. I was there for several more years, and then eventually came to working with Amnesty International a great deal. Amnesty was one of the first non-governmental organizations, we'll call that NGOs, was one of the first to use the Universal Declaration in establishing its goals, its aspirations, and its charter. Amnesty started in London when I was there in 1960s. And of course, as you know, the issue of human rights has spread worldwide since then. But let me tell you, back to the United Nations, the nations were accustomed to speaking law to each other rather than what was right, what was wrong, what was necessary for human development. And so the Universal Declaration, which started with civil rights and political rights as the basis for our deciding how to give countries standards to achieve in order to make a more peaceful world, then at that time, civil and political rights prevailed. But it was not fair because countries, less developed governments, the global south is one way it was described then, countries south of the equator, were not equal in capability of achieving rights for their population. Now, the governments ask themselves, how much of our sovereignty, of our authority, are we willing to give over in this situation with this new organization called the United Nations, excuse me. And the work of the non-governmental organizations was absolutely vital in providing the basis of factual, authoritative information on what were actually human rights, which after several years of around the round table talks, evolved into going beyond civil and political, civil being, for example, the right to vote, the right to speech, free speech, and political, the right to be elected to office. Those were the startup thoughts of the countries, but they quickly added the economic rights. That is to say, if a small child is asleep somewhere in the world and a rat or a mouse or some other animal enters and does harm to the child, that can be considered an economic right. That is to say, if the child's family had more a financial basis, then they would be able to protect their child more thoroughly. So economic rights came on the scene, social rights came on the scene, social rights being the right to meet with your neighbors, with your town council, with your national government, and have a voice. And added to economic and social, the fifth right is cultural rights. And that is, if your population, the community that you're brought up in, has rules that seem to be different from those being established by the nations of the world, which would prevail, which would be the usable rights. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights is a little document that was, this is it in Russian, and this is it in English. It was published in the 6 languages of the United Nations: English, Russian, French, Spanish, Arabic. And did I say 6? Sorry. And so these documents were printed by the millions and distributed to people around the world. And it turns out that it is the best known international document laying out what people's rights really are and not giving them to people automatically. People have to work to achieve them in many cases. In some countries that are less financially stable, they would have to work harder to rise out of poverty. In countries that are financially stable, they might have to work harder to achieve equality of rights, regardless of the culture you were born into, the community that you were born into. And it took many years for that to happen. And this connection with the sickle cell disease is an example, a most recent example, of how far human rights comes into our lives in all aspects of it. But the document, this important little document, was not automatically a law. It never became a law. It did become, and it is, the basis of all of the international human rights for which we have legal treaties. Treaties, sometimes called covenants, are what actually started the United Nations going. There was a meeting of all the states in San Francisco at that time, 1945, and they agreed to start an organization that would not favor any nations or any cultures, but rather would give equal balance and weight to all, in considering that they start from different starting points. The greater developed nations in the so-called global north were able to see the wisdom of having 5 different categories of rights, but they weren't sure they wanted to give over their authority as government to people who were ordinary citizens living within their boundaries. So it wasn't an easy task to get the Universal Declaration of Human Rights adopted, as Rachel said it was done, December 10th, 1948, at a meeting of the General Assembly of the United Nations in Geneva. And from that time till now, the different bodies in all of the nations of the United Nations, and there are 194 nations altogether, all of those bodies had to meet outside the realm of the United Nations headquarters to discuss what they were doing about equalizing the rights for people of different cultures, of different economic status, and with physical disabilities in some cases. I take my hat off to the people that you've seen on the screen with sickle cell anemia, and that is one of the latest diseases that is tackled in the context of the United Nations. So the I was sorry. The question of nationality was a bit of a problem. Also, the question of personhood. It was at the beginning unthinkable in 1948 that there would be rights delegated to those of all those differences, as Rachel Bowman Pittman has just said, all of those qualities of human beings, regardless of race, nationality, language, gender, etc. And those struggles took a long time. They didn't come into place instantaneously. And it was organizations like Amnesty International, or indeed like one of the human rights organizations that I had the privilege of co-founding here in California, Human Rights Advocates, that we were able to get agreement that those issues would be discussed. That's the important point, around the table and not on a battlefield. We're seeing contradictions to that now in Ukraine, where the Russian assault on Ukrainian cities, and if I add, not just cities, people living, rushing out of their homes if they were bombarded by Russian shells, rushing down to the basement to save their lives. Those are circumstances of human rights that had to be strengthened, and it came about through the adoption of international treaties. But get this, those treaties came out of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. So we have a basic 10 treaties that are in place now. They have to be ratified by the country in question. And here in the US, we have ratified 9 of them, and we are hoping always to achieve a 100% record with respect to the way that human rights can touch everyone in their lives as they're living them. We've never before faced anything like the COVID disorder, and that has been, I would say, strengthened through the UN's body called the World Health Organization, and in collaboration with the WHO, various UN bodies have been able to help universalize the scientific medical means by which we are currently combating COVID and coronavirus across the globe. We must only have one thought in mind for human rights, and that is that they are universal, that they do not get limited by where you come from, how much property your parents happen to own, and whether you're in one of the fortunate parts of the world that can feed itself. If you cannot feed yourself, the UN is there to back you up in national sense with humanitarian aid. And this has been extremely important to keeping certain populations alive. We have to do more because the COVID devastation has affected the ability of countries to raise enough grains, enough food to feed their own population. So in all of these aspects, these are all part of our human rights. And there was reference made to Article 25, which is one of 30 articles of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, standard of living adequate for the health and well-being of the individual and his or her family. You may be wondering if I can leave you with any message that you can do something about. I would like to do that. We have, at the very last minute, and I hope our technical staff has been up to it, we have been able to put a question on the screen, which goes to the point of, oh, that's wonderful, thank you. What can I do right now? Right now, we are facing political upheaval in almost every government around the world. the one unifying force that we have in place with its rules and its regulations, and that is, of course, the United Nations. The US government is one of the mainstays of the UN as it is now. And the other 193 countries are contributors in the ways that they see appropriate for themselves. We have to narrow down the scope of those countries that decide they cannot help and find ways to work together to be sure, even if they are in lower economic status, that there is a way for every country to make its contribution to the serious goal of peace, human rights, and political security. And so on the screen now it says, what can I do right now? Can we get the next screen, giving people an option? I hope it's there. I'll keep going. There will be a screen coming up. You can go into the chat box on your screen and put down there, you can put a check mark next to the answer to this question, what can I do right now? Right now, you can support the government of the United States in its work for strengthening the United Nations, human rights and freedom everywhere. You can say, yes, you do support the US government because that's your right. And also you are ready to do even more on behalf of strengthening the United Nations, which sometimes is what shall I say, less qualified than it should be according to the documents that it's based on, because governments choose which rights they will support and which rights they may cherry pick not to support. So it's up to us to remind our government and all of the governments that are member states of the United Nations of their obligation to do everything under all forms of human rights, civil, political, economic, social, and cultural, that will put our world back on track so that we can overcome physical disability and then deal with our right to life in each of the regions of the world.
And Dr. Moran just giving you a time warning.
That's it. And if you can click on that, or put that into the chat box, we can get back to you. And if we can present to the United Nations and to the US government, the importance seen by science on urging support for the basics of this peaceable organization that we were smart enough to start back in 1945, all of us, and we're now not as ardently supporting it. So let us hear from you that you would like to add your support, and so that the United Nations can know there is a backup in the populations around the world. I thank you for this opportunity to have talked to you for Human Rights Day, which is December 10th, as Rachel has said, and we're celebrating it early because of the calendar, the way that works out. So thank you for your attention, and I look forward to working with you as you join up and just want to do the right thing now. And we'll see each other on around the round table. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Moran. Thank you so much for sharing your knowledge. That was amazing. It was, so now we will hear from our panelists, and we have quite a few. And so I'd just like to take the time and introduce them as we get them queued up. Our first panelist is Dr. Ted Love. He is a biopharmaceutical industry leader with more than 2 decades of broad management experience, supported by nearly a decade of prior experience as a practicing physician. Inspired to rejoin the industry after an early retirement to help address the ongoing healthcare disparities facing the sickle cell disease community, He currently leads the Global Blood Therapeutics Incorporated, also known as GPT. Our second panelist is Laura Dasama, who is an assistant professor in the departments of chemistry and of microbiology and immunology at Stanford University. She is also an institute scholar at the Seraphan Chem H Institute. Her research lies at the interface of chemistry, physics, and biology, and aims to improve human health. Her ongoing work is focused on revealing new targets for therapeutic intervention during bacterial infections and developing tools to enable new therapeutic modalities. She is particularly interested in developing new effective and accessible therapies for hemoglobinopathies that include sickle cell disease. Professor Dasama also suffers from sickle cell disease and takes a patient-centric approach to her research. Our third panelist is Dr. Angela Rivers. Dr. Rivers has dedicated her career to individuals and families who have been impacted by sickle cell disease, a population that is characterized by longstanding and pervasive disparities in health resources and outcomes. Dr. Rivers is a highly regarded pediatric hematologist. She has been the principal investigator for several high-profile studies and is currently leading the role of erythrocyte mitochondrial retention in sickle cell disease. Dr. Rivers was previously the director of a sickle cell transition program at the University of Illinois in Chicago and proposes to build a transition program for adolescents and young adults with SCD here at UCSF. A focus on transition from pediatric to adult care is of critical importance given the increased risk of morbidity and mortality during the AYA years for patients with SCD. Before joining the Department of Pediatrics at UCSF in 2021, Dr. Rivers was Associate Professor of Pediatrics at the University of Illinois in Chicago. She completed her fellowship in pediatric hematology and oncology at the University of Florida and her MD at the University of Stanford, as well as her PhD in biomedical and medical engineering at Meharry Medical College. Our fourth panelist is Kristen Lockhart. Kristen attended the University of Southern Mississippi and completed her Master's of Public Health degree in Health Policy Administration. She is a UCSF practitioner at the General Hospital Treatment Center, and she is currently working on her dissertation. Our fifth panelist is Celeste Balaban. Celeste recently graduated with her Master's in Social Work in September 2021 from Boston University. She completed her 2 internships at UCSF Cancer Center and Psychiatry. And we just have a few more panelists, but I will let a few of those folks speak. And Dr. Ted Love, if you'd like to share a little bit first.
Toby, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
And Toby, I'm going to try to share my slides to get us started. Are they projecting? Toby, you can see my slides, I hope. So I want to first start by thanking you all for the opportunity to be here today. It's sickle cell has become a passion of mine, like many of us, and I've really dedicated the last 8 years focusing on trying to find innovations to help sickle cell patients around the world. This is a slide that we always show first in our corporate presentation. We always talk about it first in our company because we were a company which was founded really with the goal of ending the pain and suffering of sickle cell disease. I love to show this slide also because the gentleman represented on this slide named Muiwa was a sickle cell patient in our first clinical study where we treated sickle cell patients. And he told me many times that he could tell very quickly that he was on active treatment, not on placebo, because he could feel an immediate difference in terms of his capacity to carry on his daily activities and be a father to his children and a husband to his wife. So this is the mission of the company. And this is an individual that we feel so proud that we've been able to help. When we think about making therapies as a physician scientist, I think about the level of unmet medical need, because I really want to focus on things which are very serious problems that we've not made success against. And sickle cell is certainly one. There are about 100,000 patients in the United States with sickle cell, but there are literally millions of patients with sickle cell around the world. So this is a global and significant problem that affects millions of individuals. As we all know, there have been very limited options to treat sickle cell patients. And many of us feel that this is because these patients around the world are historically Black and brown. So there has not been historically much resource put into them. We know that sickle cell not only causes all of the clinical manifestations that we see below on this slide, as well as we've heard about some of the panelists, like stroke, pain episodes. On average, sickle cell patients live about 2 to 3 decades less than the rest of us. So this is a major problem that we felt we wanted to put a lot of resources in trying to change. So this slide really represents how, as a scientist, I think about the problem. Really on the right is kind of how I thought about this when I was a practicing physician in New Haven, in Boston. I would see patients coming in with the manifestations of pain or dysfunction of organs due to their sickle cell disease. But in the middle, you're kind of seeing what's driving those issues. One of the things that's driving is the anemia that the patients get. It's called sickle cell anemia because patients are universally anemic because their red blood cells are being destroyed. And the pain crises are also what physicians and hospital providers see a lot, because that's what makes the patients come in. But as a drug developer or someone who tries to invent drugs, I really thought about the most left side of the slide, which is the sickling of the cells. And why is that happening? The reason that's happening is because the mutation of sickle cell disease causes the hemoglobin to organize into rods. The hemoglobin should be soluble inside the red blood cell, like sugar in water. But in sickle cell disease, the hemoglobin comes out of solutions and it organizes into rods. You could imagine forming sugar rods inside of a balloon, and that would make the balloon lose its nice round shape and assume a sickle shape. So we really thought about, could we go after the fundamental problem? Now, this is a slide that I also love to show people, because one of the arguments that there not been much investment in sickle cell disease was because it was a rare disease. And it was hard for companies like GBT or like Pfizer or Novartis or others to really get a return from investing $1 billion in trying to make a therapy. So around about the early 1980s, around 1980, we passed the Orphan Drug Act in the United States, which included a variety of stimulus for companies to invest in finding solutions for rare diseases. And you can see on this slide, it really worked. These blue bars represents drug approvals for rare diseases, orphan diseases. But what you can see is that there's not a lot going on for sickle cell disease. So even though we passed this Orphan Drug Act to stimulate investment in rare disease, it didn't seem to work for sickle cell disease. We know that race has had a significant impact. It's had an impact on how healthcare providers feel about patients, often suggesting they're drug abusers, often not believing their severity of pain, and even suggesting that patients are there really because they want to get opioids. These negative interactions have obviously had tremendous impact on the patients. Patients have longer wait times in the emergency room and really lost faith and confidence, I think very appropriately, in our healthcare system in many ways. This is actually not just a US problem, by the way. This was a SHAPE study. This is called the SHAPE study. It was a survey that was supported by GBT that looked globally. John James is perhaps on the call. I believe John James is on the call and may comment on this. But this is great data showing that sickle cell patients around the world have these issues of really feeling that the healthcare system doesn't care about them and has neglected them significantly. So there's a global issue here that we felt needed to be addressed as well. So when we started thinking about building a company that would focus specifically on sickle cell disease, that would invest billions of dollars in finding a solution, great solutions for sickle cell disease, we thought the ingredients were, number one, focus on developing first-class therapies that are fundamentally going after the primary root problem in the disease, and build a pipeline, not just one therapy, but develop multiple therapies, given that almost no drug will work or no therapy will work in every patient. So you really need a suite of therapies, which is something that we've not had in sickle cell disease. We also wanted to take a global approach, recognizing that this is a global problem, and we wanted to engage the community with us as we were doing this. So these were really fundamental principles that we were following when we built this little company called GBT, which I think many of you know has recently been acquired by Pfizer. So the sickle cell community in the end was at the center of everything we did. We engaged with the sickle cell community when we were thinking about designing our therapies, designing our clinical studies, and designing programs that we thought we would support in the community. The Accel program mentioned on the left here was really focused on funding programs and studies to look at better ways to deliver healthcare for sickle cell patients. We also made sure we were showing up in the community. In the middle slide, you can see at this time, pretty much all of the employees at Genentech, at GBT, engaging in a sickle cell walk in San Francisco, showing the patients that we really were there with them, not only in terms of doing research in our company, but also coming out in the community to support them. Next, closing the gap. We really spent a lot of effort on trying to make sure that we were educating patients. This is a video that I think you can still find on Sickle Cell Speaks, which is a beautiful illustration done by a young man illustrating sickle cell disease, what causes it, and how you can think about therapies that may interrupt the disease. And then finally, we also were supporting more programs to expand access to therapies. We were very lucky several years ago that the Assistant Secretary of Health, Admiral Brett Giroir, was actually a sickle cell physician. And he did something that no one had ever done. He commissioned the National Institute of Medicine to conduct a study on sickle cell disease and try to find out, what do we really need to attack sickle cell disease and bring it into the modern age of how we're treating many other diseases like sickle cell disease. And one of the things that we did after that report came out is we pulled together a group of individuals represented on this slide who are experts and leaders who are focused on sickle cell disease. We had them engage with that report with the idea that GBT would support whatever they felt that we should be doing in reaction to that report to really affect change that are positive for the sickle cell community. So I really want to thank all the individuals on this slide because they really were the brainchild behind legislation. This is legislation I want to talk briefly about. This is legislation that was just recently introduced in Congress by Congresswoman Barbara Lee from California, as well as Congressman Danny Davis, Chris Van Hollen, as well as Cory Booker. We need more Congress people to support this legislation. So we want you to be advocating to all of your Congress people that they support this legislation. This legislation would appropriate annually $535 million to support sickle cell care in the United States. We've never done this. We've allocated much more money than this to diseases which are rarer than sickle cell disease. So we felt that this is a very reasonable ask, but most importantly, with this money, we could really propel sickle cell care in the United States to match the level of care that we're providing for CF and other diseases. So this is really groundbreaking legislation that's been introduced that we expect to get passed, hopefully next year. We've been focusing on activating all the stakeholders, including everyone on this call, to make sure that we are reaching out and supporting this legislation, as well as supporting all the activities that we can possibly support to make sure that policies, laws, and funding are made available to really support advancing sickle cell care. So really, I want to end with a call to action, just like we've tried to call all of our employees to action. I want to call all of you to action to make sure that, as we've already heard about today, we can do something. We're not powerless. We can step up and demand more funding for patients with sickle cell care through the Sickle Cell Treatment Act. I want to thank you again for the opportunity to be here. I also want to mention that Dr. Ken Bridges, who worked for GBT, who is really been a friend as well as a mentor of mine over many years, who cared for sickle cell patients at Harvard when I was training there, will be involved in the discussion afterwards. So Ken, thank you for standing in for me during the panel discussion. Thank you again.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ted. It was great to hear from you, and thank you so much for the work you're doing in this research and pathways forward for sickle cell disease. So next we will hear from Professor Laura Dasama.
So thank you for having me and for the introduction. I would like to, if possible, share a few slides. I'm not sure if I can at the moment.
Dr. Ted, I think you have to stop sharing your screen.
Okay, can you see my screen?
Yep, looks
okay.
Good.
All right. Okay, so I'm happy to be here today to learn from you and also to share some of the things we're doing and the motivations for some of our work. So this is just introducing you to who I am. I'm an academic scientist. I run a research group at Stanford University. We work on a number of things, but sickle cell disease is central to a lot of our work. And so today, I was given a number of topics to potentially go through. And so I thought I'd start with the research that I do and my hope for the impact and the outcome of this research. And then I'll end my conversation by just sharing a little bit of my story and how I came to do this kind of work. So sickle cell disease, as Dr. Love mentioned previously, is really global. So we tend to take a North American-centric approach when thinking of sickle cell disease, but there are only 100,000 or so patients in North America. Whereas there are millions more around the world, including sub-Saharan Africa that has more than 5 million patients, in India, which has more than 1 million patients. And even though sickle cell disease is described as a rare disease, it, along with beta thalassemia, which is similar, they're some of the most common genetic disorders in the world. And sickle cell disease affects essentially all aspects of your life, eventually reducing life expectancy of many patients to around 40 to 60 years of age. My strategy to thinking of new therapeutic approaches for sickle cell disease really centers around fetal hemoglobin, which you may or may not have heard of. It has been known for decades now that producing this form of hemoglobin that is unaffected by the mutation that causes sickle cell disease can extend the probability of survival of some patients by as much as 20 years, as shown in this graph here. And fetal hemoglobin is a kind that we all make. It's, like I said, just unaffected by the disease. It is produced when we're fetuses, and we stop making it within the first year of life. So this just shows you that about 15 months post-conception, you begin to make largely adult-type hemoglobin and stop making the fetal kind. And the reason why fetal hemoglobin is so much more protective, Dr. Love mentioned this polymerization of hemoglobin that happens in low oxygen environments. And fetal hemoglobin tends to bind to oxygen a little more tightly. And so the red blood cells that contain hemoglobin are never experiencing the kind of low oxygen environments that you would need to have sickling of hemoglobin, of adult hemoglobin. And so we have been looking at ways to turn on this switch. Like I said, it's silenced within the first year of life. So if we can reverse that silencing, patients will begin to make higher than normal levels of fetal hemoglobin, and they may have this protection that has been seen. And so work not only from us, but from a lot of others in the field have identified one key molecule in the cell known as, this is a protein called BCL11A, that is important for silencing fetal hemoglobin. And this has been the target of many recent, I would say, therapies going after sickle cell disease, particularly those that are focused on silencing the gene. And sometimes you read about these success stories, which we're all happy for. As a patient of sickle cell disease myself, I'm really grateful to the scientists who have pioneered this kind of these kinds of therapies. And so it's great to see these success stories. But my motivation for continuing to work on this is the fact that the less flashy aspects of these studies are not widely reported on. And this is just one paper highlighting how grueling gene therapy or gene silencing has been for sickle cell patients. And so I've just highlighted some of the key steps here. You have to harvest hematopoietic stem cells. You need to edit them in a lab in highly specialized facilities. And before you then transplant those edited cells into patients, you need to essentially destroy their bone marrow. And you would hope that those transplanted cells will then engraft in the patients, and they can begin to produce higher than normal levels of fetal hemoglobin. And there are extensive follow-up. So this is a therapy that is grueling. It takes a long time, and it's also very costly. So if you remember a few slides ago, I showed that the distribution of sickle cell patients around the world, we have millions of people in sub-Saharan Africa. These kinds of therapies are done on one patient at a time. There is no way to scale it up. And there's no way to administer it in resource-poor regions. And so my research has really been focusing on identifying more broadly effective and accessible strategies to induce this type of fetal hemoglobin in patients so that we can offer protection, the protection of fetal hemoglobin. And so I think I'll end the research part there and just spend a few minutes talking about the potential impact. Much of my work is still very basic science, so we're still in the discovery phase of this work, and we're hoping that within the next 5 to 10 years, we'll be able to translate some of that to clinical trials. And our goal is that some of the molecules will be able to identify that can stimulate the production of fetal hemoglobin in a more effective way than hydroxyurea currently can, are things that can be developed into, I would say, widely accessible therapies. And I'm hoping that these kinds of therapies can really reach those patients who have not yet been able to benefit from some of the cutting edge research that has been ongoing and available to patients in the United States. And so in the last few minutes or so, I'll share a little bit of my story and how I came to work on this. So I was diagnosed with sickle cell disease when I was 5 years old. So I was born and raised in Liberia, which is in West Africa. And I would say sickle cell disease defined my life for a long time, and was the motivation for me wanting to go into science. At the time, I thought I needed to become a physician because everyone involved in my care as a patient were all physicians. And it wasn't until I came here to college that I realized that I could also contribute to meaningful advancements in sickle cell disease without actually being a physician. And I found my passion for research. But this was still research that I didn't want to take on until a few years ago when I took some time off and went and did a sabbatical in a lab at Boston Children's Hospital and learned all about fetal hemoglobin and fetal hemoglobin induction. And I was drawn to this kind of research because I have been doing exceptionally well for a sickle cell disease patient because I happen to produce slightly more than normal levels of fetal hemoglobin. And so I can see the benefits on my own life because of fetal hemoglobin. And I've been trying to see if there's anything I can do to bring some of that benefit to other patients who don't naturally produce this sort of protective form of hemoglobin. And so that's how I came to do this work. And I have a team, unfortunately, I have their pictures on this slide, who have also joined me on this quest to finding more accessible and effective ways to induce the expression of fetal hemoglobin in patients with sickle cell disease. I think that's all I have today. So I look forward to the discussions later in the small groups, and I'll be happy to take any questions later during the presentation if those come up. So thank you again.
Thank you so much, Dr. Laura. That was amazing, and really appreciate hearing your perspective in particular. That's definitely something that's needed within this research and within the space. So appreciate you sharing all of that. So up next, we will hear from Dr. Angela Rivers.
Okay. Are you able to see my slides?
Yes.
Okay, I want to thank everyone for inviting me to give this talk, and I really want to take the first two speakers who had excellent talks and have led, which will lead into this talk. So my talk is Emerging Therapeutics in Sickle Cell Disease, and I was asked to cover the topics of clinical trials, what happens when patients become older, the impacts of medicine, and experiences in sickle cell, my experience in sickle cell disease as a physician. So I think one of the important points that sometimes gets not emphasized for sickle cell disease, because this is anemia is that because the cells are misshapen and they break open, they cause damage to every single organ system. So I put this to start my talk as sickle cell disease impacts across the life course. So people can really see in this talk that there is no organ that is spared in sickle cell disease. The next slide I have is lifespan. So I think it's important for us to actually look at the lifespans of sickle cell disease from 1979 to when this was in 2017. And you can see that we have not really done that much to improve the lifespan of sickle cell disease. We have pushed the curve about maybe 4 to 5 years for the peak death rate, but you can see that there's not very much movement on this curve. So then this is a picture drawn by one of my patients which is the experience that Lachelle, was a young person in my transition clinic at in Chicago. But it's just, this is his picture, and you can see there's a sickle shape that he's holding, there's an hourglass, and there's a dying rose. And then there's this bird whispering in his ear about death. And it's just about being in your young 20s and 25s and just constantly feeling like you're going to die, and just living with that feeling of just that death is hanging over you. So why is there this peak in sickle cell disease progression in the 20s to 30s? Well, it's faster disease progression, and we'll talk about what goes on with sickle cell disease besides just the sickling, which is the picture at the top. But it is also social behavioral factors and health system factors. So some of the health system factors are stigma and bias, limited insurance coverage, sickle cell disease specialists, and sickle cell disease guidelines implementation. The therapeutic options are reduced and they have variable efficacy, and systemic injustices, institutional racism, and historical framework. The population becomes disenfranchised, the general neighborhood and disappropriate environment exposure, and disparate funding. So in order to show an example of disparate funding, I put up another genetic disorder, cystic fibrosis. And this is article from JAMA in 2020, and hopefully with our advocacy, this will change. But this is when you're looking at the proportion, cystic fibrosis to sickle cell disease, then how even though it's a less proportion, cystic fibrosis has almost the same funding from NIH. But then when you look at foundation funding, sickle cell disease has very limited funding, leading it to be $943 per person versus $10,592 per person that is spent on trying to improve this disease and look for therapeutic options. Also, the CDC put out a disparities thing that sickle cell disease is both a healthcare outcome and a healthcare resource. So as far as outcomes, we all talked about the decrease in life expectancy of 30 years, the high rate of returning to the hospital. So even after you've been treated in the hospital, because most of the treatments are opioids and IV, which doesn't actually treat the mechanism of sickle cell disease. Patients return to the hospital for more pain. The increased rate of stroke, it's three times higher. And then just healthcare disparities. There are not enough doctors who will take the type of insurance that sickle cell patients have. There are not enough doctors who are trained to take care of adults with sickle cell. And when the patients go in for pain medications, they get longer wait times. And this is documented in the emergency departments. Oh, sorry, my slide. Okay, there we go. So I lead a transition clinic, and this is just basically to show what the transition is in our transition guidelines. So basically it is showing that like at 12, you make the family aware, at 14, you initiate healthcare transition planning. At 16, you prepare the youth and parents for the adult models of care, and then you transition them to an adult model in your clinic, and you transfer them to the adult or medical home with a transfer package, and you integrate young adults into the care. Most places have a policy. They track and monitor this policy. You do tests to see whether the patients are ready. You do planning, and then you do transfer of care, and you also check to make sure that they have gone to the adult provider. So what are the problems with this? So a lot of the problems with transition is that there aren't enough adult providers. There's nobody to transfer these patients to, both in as people, as doctors, and as facilities who are familiar with sickle cell disease. Those of us who work in major cities usually are able to find a hospital that has become the champion for adult sickle cell disease, or physicians that have become the adult sickle cell disease. But if you don't live in a major city or a major area that has a dense African-American population, you can be in an area where there is a hospital or where there are providers who are not at all familiar with taking care of sickle cell disease. The other issue is health insurance. It is very hard to get health insurance, and there's sometimes a gap between them transferring from pediatric to adult. This is sometimes related to employment because it's difficult to have employment sometimes if you've had multiple absences from school, educational concerns like going to college, and then the public support. If you don't have public support that you have disability and that you deserve healthcare insurance and you deserve adult providers, then it is very hard to lobby society to give you these things. And all of these things lead to issues. And so I think it's very important for me because a lot of training goes into training the young adults to go into adult clinics and health insurance. But if they are not those places for them to go, then that's a lack for us, for society, and not a lack on their part. So disease progression. So my colleagues before me have talked a lot about the disease progression, so that is very helpful for me. So they talked a lot about hemoglobin S polymerization, which is the initiating step. However, after hemoglobin initiation, a lot of other things happen that contribute to massive end organ damage, as we talked about before. So the red blood cell sickles, plus it breaks open. The sickle shape destroys the endothelial, and the hemolysis itself destroys the endothelium because it releases things that are supposed to stay inside the cell, like LDH and arginase. And these things lead to iron and depletion of nitric oxide, which also destroy the endothelial cells. And then the other immune system cells, white blood cells, monocytes, and platelets are activated, and they also assist in destroying the endothelium and leading to end organ damage. So one of the first things we talked about was hemoglobin F induction, which I'll talk about in a minute, but another way that was gene therapy. So gene therapy, I think the provider before me gave a very good definition of what happens with gene therapy. It's basically a bone marrow transplant, and it does require a facility with resources. But what happens is in gene therapy, you can have multiple ways that your genes can be edited. So you can have a gene correction where they just correct the mutation of sickle cell disease. You can add hemoglobin. You can add another hemoglobin, which overcomes the sickle cell hemoglobin, or you can put in a gene that causes hemoglobin F induction. And if you're able to do that, then you reduce these downstream sequelae. So we have 3 trials open at UCSF, Benioff Children's Hospital, and there are multiple ways of looking at how you can gene edit. One uses a zinc finger, one uses a CRISPR, and one uses a lentiviral vector. And so the other mechanism is hemoglobin F, and another mechanism for reducing hemoglobin polymerase is hemoglobin F induction. Hydroxyurea is the drug that's approved, FDA approved for that. So the way this kind of is that the slides that are FDA approved are green. The ones that are blue are the clinical trials that we have open at UCSF Oakland. And then the ones in gray are clinical trials that are open at other places. And the ones that are in black, LSD1 and HADAC and metformin, are trials that are going on at other places, but maybe close to ending and not be accruing. So these induce hemoglobin F, and the trials we have open are decitabine and visaricide. Valexitor, which has been approved, is another way of reducing hemoglobin F polymerization, and it is a mechanism that actually attaches to the hemoglobin and keeps it from deoxygenating, keeps it from sickling. So we talked about what happens inside the cell and when the cell breaks open. So another mechanism for sickle cell disease causing end organ damage is oxidative stress. And oxidative stress leads to increased ROS inside the intercellular red blood cell and inside the intravascular lumen. It causes cell and lipid damage. And it releases heme and hemopexin, as you can see from this picture, which is really like kind of burning the endothelium. So glutamine, which increases NADPH activity, is a way of reducing reactive oxygen species, and that's a new drug that's been approved. Hydroxyurea, which has multiple mechanisms, also helps with antioxidants. And then we believe that mitapivat and edovipivat are drugs that work with an enzyme inside the red blood cell and are currently clinical trials at UCSF Children's Oakland. And we believe that those will be unstable, help with the reactive oxygen species. So another mechanism that happens in the hemolysis is the release of and depletion of nitric oxide. So nitric oxide is a critical part of the maintaining the vascular endothelium. When red blood cells lyse, they release hemoglobin that can bind nitric oxide, and the release of arginase also depletes nitric oxide production. So one of the clinical trials that we have at UCSF Oakland is arginase. And I think this is an important one to highlight because this is one that's actually given in the emergency room. And so it's in the idea that maybe it can shorten a pain crisis or terminate a pain crisis, which is kind of a new avenue for sickle cell drugs versus just having IV pain medication. What are the medications that we are giving these patients when they come into the hospital?
This is your 2-minute warning, Dr.
Okay. So then inside the vascular lumen, you have cells, you have drugs called p-selectins that can actually bind to white blood cells and keep them from causing problems. And one of those that's been approved by the FDA is crizanlizumab, and one that we are have for clinical trials is infliximab. And all right. So this is just a slide of the drugs. The ones in gray are the ones that are clinical trials elsewhere. The ones in blue are the clinical trials that we have at UCSF, Benioff, Oakland, and the white ones are ones that are in our closing clinical trials. And although this slide looks busy and I could not fit all of the drugs on here, I think it's very important that we had Dr. Love's slides to show us that this is really not an adequate amount of drugs compared to other diseases. So currently we have majorly the 4 drugs of hydroxyurea, glutamine, and grisulimab, and Valexitor. And so the reason for these drugs are to prevent in-organ damage, and we hope by using all of these drugs, hopefully together in combination as physicians and with the new drugs that are developed, is that we can prevent in-organ damage and we can push that curve in the next 5 to 10 years to not being at the 25, 30-year peak. So in conclusions, we should understand all mechanisms for sickle cell disease and progression. It's important to create treatments that are effective. And given the complex nature of the disease, multimodal therapy will be necessary. Okay, and that's the end of my talk.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rivers, and thanks for sharing that context. Like you were saying, this is definitely something that's complex and requires a lot of attention and different understandings of it. So thank you for sharing all of that. So our next panelists are Kristen Lockhart and Celeste Balaban. They are both UCSF SF General Hospital Treatment Center practitioners. Kristen attended the University of Southern Mississippi and completed her master's in public health degree in health policy administration and is currently working on her dissertation. Celeste recently graduated with her master's in social work in September 2021 from Boston University. She completed her 2 internships at UCSF Cancer Center and Psychiatry. Thank you both for joining us.
Thank you so much for having us. I'm going to pull our slideshow up here. Get it started.
First off, we would like to thank the East Bay chapter of UNA for allowing both Celeste and myself to speak and bring forward our patient experiences and bring those to the table. And then I bring greetings from our sickle cell patients, providers, staff, and the sickle cell community and warriors throughout Northern California. This is just my personal bio. Graduated my master's in public health from University of Southern Mississippi. Currently working on my doctoral degree from University of Phoenix. Previous work experiences prior to coming to UCSF, I worked at Stanford Children's Oncology and Hematology as a care clinician liaison for 3.5 years. And outside of work, I like to read, I like volunteering, and then spending time with my child. Next slide.
There we go. Hi, my name is Celeste Balaban. You can see from my personal biography here, I'm just gonna share, I'm a sickle cell disease social worker. And our program is funded by a grant. It's a new program Kristen and I just started at the beginning of this year. So in January at the General Hospital in San Francisco. And for myself, after interning in the Cancer Center and then over at Citywide Psychiatry, largely with an unhoused population in San Francisco, I started to notice the disparities in resources between those in more white-dominated illnesses and diseases versus those that affect those diseases and illnesses that largely affect historically marginalized populations. And so I really became passionate about working and using my voice and continuing work on this. So I'm excited to be a part of the program and kind of share with you guys what we're working on. It's lagging a little, I apologize.
Okay, so we would be remiss if we didn't kind of discuss like how we were funded. And so we have a video that kind of better explains it than I could. Hit play.
I think Celeste, you'll need to turn on your sound.
My apologies. Here we go.
I believe that sickle cell disease is treated differently, primarily because it is a disease that affects people of color.
There has been a terrible history of folks with sickle cell disease being ignored compared to other populations of rare blood disorders.
When we extended the lives of young children into early adulthood, we solved a problem, but we created a new problem, which was the absence of care for those young adults who are then dying in their 20s and 30s.
It's a pretty cruel disease, would you say? The big manifestation of sickle cell disease is excruciating episodes of pain, which really limits both the quality and the quantity of life.
In the first year, we were able to open up 2 major clinics, one down in Hillcrest, San Diego area, where you have a clinic that's linked to a center that's doing clinical trials, gene therapy, stem cell transplant. And what's always great every time we go into a team is to say, would you be willing to be part of the network? They go, oh my gosh, this would be great. I feel like I'm working all alone in solitude.
I think patients are so traumatized at this point where they are afraid to go get care. I think patients are going to see something different in this program.
It's really important to have this kind of a program where we can focus on adults and where we can make sure that we're really meeting their needs.
This is a landmark decision by the state, not only in terms of what the concrete dollars can do, but the recognition of the neglect and abuse and the moral responsibility to provide health care.
Going forward, what I hope the Networking California Sickle Cell Care Clinics will provide for patients is a place that they feel is like a second home, where they believe that they can get compassionate care, that they can participate in improving their care and our care delivery by being active participants in building the network.
For people who never had their voices heard, who felt like they've been in the shadow, this is the time for you now to speak up and speak out. This is your life, it's your voice, and you have been silent for too long.
Okay, this particular grant was the grant that has funded in part my position and Celeste's position at San Francisco General. And our particular site has been chosen to be like a hub and spoke model. And then we work with our colleagues at Children's Benioff to kind of streamline sickle cell care for our patients. So funding is very important, and without this grant, our positions would not exist.
Thanks, Kristen. And for our particular program, when Kristen and I came in at the beginning of this year to help kind of support and expand resources, because research shows that including care coordination and social work services for this population improves outcomes. And so we really wanted to get an idea of how can we raise the voice up of our patients? How can we create this patient-centered care? And so we conducted this needs assessment that was written by our PA, Robin McBride, who's worked with the sickle cell disease population at the General for the past 10 years. And the needs assessment was a way for us to get to know the patients, to build rapport, and to really listen to them as far as what their experiences with healthcare have been, and then also what their individual experience of sickle cell has been. And so it allowed us to identify barriers in access to care and develop patient-centered interventions. And so here on this slide, we listed some of those key barriers that we identified and have been specifically addressing. One example that you can kind of see in the middle here is transportation. We were able to advocate to our supervisors and really share with them that this is a huge need within the population, especially in the city and just for various reasons. And we were able to get that provided. So now when Kristen calls them and gives them appointment reminders every week, we're able to also assess and evaluate with them if they need transportation and offer that, which has been a huge help. And then Dr. Rivers also talked about the transitional age. And this is arguably the most difficult age group to engage in care. A lot of times that we found that these individuals are in and out of the hospital so much as children, and they've had so many already traumatic experiences often with the healthcare, and they've had their parents manage their care and several other reasons that she mentioned as well, once they kind of have the autonomy, they have a difficult time in having an interest in engaging in care. And so we're sort of working on continuing warm handoffs, also working with our partners and community organizations locally to encourage patients to stay involved. It's also important to note that adults often have fewer resources and fewer funding than pediatrics do for sickle cell. And so that's something that we're also trying to a barrier that we're trying to work through and address. Of course, we don't have time here to cover every single barrier, but I just wanted to touch on a couple of examples. I also would be remiss if I didn't mention mental health is also a huge issue for our patients and a challenge, especially in dealing with chronic pain, the stigmas that they're facing when trying to receive care, and the judgment from being on a certain level of medications that they're on, facing systemic barriers, which we've also been discussing, intersectionality and racism issues. Depression is particularly common, and that's something that we're working on providing support in as well. And then we've also found neurocognitive challenges to be a barrier. The organ is a brain that's and the brain is an organ that's also affected, and sometimes we've realized that it's not spoken of as much, but it's also just as important because with sickle cell, the blood flow, the sickling of the cells, it is affected as it's going to the brain. And so cognitive deficits can develop, leading to difficulties and remembering to come to appointments or being able to manage medications to protect their organs and different things like that.
Just giving you all a 2-minute warning.
All right, thank you. And then this quickly just lists some, in our needs assessment, we additionally found that every single one of our patients shared they face significant discrimination when they come in contact with the healthcare system. A lack of education and understanding on the side of providers in the ED often leads to patients being misunderstood and judged. A lot of them say that going to the ED is a last resort for them. Providers often assume patients are addicted to substances or their medications, or even have gone as far as to say they're being dramatic about their pain, or they label them as difficult. Within our hospital system, we're working with our inpatient team and to create pathways and pain plans and address these biases.
Our particular patients, we have at least 50 patients that we manage at San Francisco General with the age ranges of 20 to 60. And like Celeste said, during our needs assessment, we uncovered a lot of barriers that they have, different reasons why they're unable to attend clinical appointments, from transportation to housing. They also face a lot of discrimination, so they are reluctant to come in for assistance. And then our clinical locations, this is just a list of the clinical locations in Northern California. And so we're trying to figure out now ways to help those people who aren't in this general area. And so a couple of different ways they were looking at maybe doing mobile clinics or either partnering with other facilities to bring care into areas where there are people who don't have care. And then this last slide just kind of goes over some quotes from our needs assessment, that this is what our patients literally experience on a day-to-day basis. This is what sickle cell actually looks like for them. Thank you guys so much for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, and thank you for sharing that perspective of patients and what they're facing right now, as well as the work that you all are doing, utilizing that grant to be able to push this work forward. Our next panelist is Dr. David Owoye. He is a medical doctor specializing in infection prevention and control, a sickle cell warrior, advocate, and author. He is one of the trustees of Bula Sickle Cell Foundation, Nigeria, an executive member of Amplify Sickle Cell Voices International, Incorporated. He is a prolific writer with some awards while serving in the editorial crew of some organizations, including the 2003 Best School, UITH chapter, editor-in-chief of the Nigerian Conference of Christian Medical and Dental Students. The newsletter, MediZoe, produced during his tenure, was awarded the Best National for the year 2003. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. It's morning time here in Jizan, Saudi Arabia. Can I have my slides so I can quickly go on with it? And thank you to all the speakers that have spoken and have shared their own story and their work on sickle cell. We really appreciate that. So let me go on with my slide and then we go start. Okay. We're talking about sickle cell disorder. We share from my experience, from my work, and then from my knowledge as a medical doctor. Can we move on to the next slide? Thank you. Okay, the outline for the presentation, the definitions, how sickle cell disorder inherited, causes of disparity in sickle cell disorder, consequences of disparity, history of sickle cell disorder, sickle cell crisis, triggers of sickle cell crisis, sickle cell complications, care for sickle cell warriors, advice to sickle cell warriors, and then references. Thank you. At the next slide. So what is sickle cell disorder? It is a genetic blood disorder, also called an hemoglobinopathy. It is inherited by birth and expressed based on the gene the child inherits from both parents. And the problem is with the structure of hemoglobin in the red blood cell, that has been said by one of the speakers, so I don't need to go so much into it. Hemoglobin has two parts, Me and then globin. Me part is the one that carries iron, while globin is where the problem is. There is the alpha globulin chain and there's the beta globulin chain. The problem with sickle cell disorder emanates from the beta globulin chain. The next slide. Okay, basically what are human rights? These are moral principles or norms for certain standards of human behavior which are regularly protected in municipal and international law, or locally, nationally, and globally. Since we're talking about human rights, celebrate Human Rights Day to look at sickle cell disorder, that's why I think I should give emphasis on some of these. All human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights, and that is where human rights emanated from. Health disparities are preventable differences in the burden of disease. Sickle cell disorder is a disease, injury, violence, or opportunities to achieve optimal health that are experienced by socially disadvantaged populations. Some people will want to categorize us living with sickle cell disorder as socially disadvantaged, because sickle cell disorder affects every aspect of your life, your relationship with people, your finances, the opportunity to be able to progress in your education, the opportunity to be able to get an employment. So every aspect of your life, one way or the other, can be disadvantaged when you're living with sickle cell disorder. And that is why it is important we create awareness about what sickle cell disorder, so that we can inform people on how to be able to manage it and live with it and achieve the best of health and live the best standard of life. Global health disparity is a health disparity that occurs globally, cut across countries, continents, culture, color, and everything like that. Okay, the next slide. Right to health, Article 25 from the Universal Declaration of Human Rights talks about the right to health. Everyone has a right to a standard of living adequate for the health and well-being of himself and of his family. When you have sickle cell disorder, it not only affects you, it affects the family. I have seen a family with a child that has sickle cell, and when the child develops stroke and the impact of the stroke, living in Nigeria, it affected the marriage between the parents. The father absconded and left the mother alone. The mother had to quit her job because she had to take care of the child living with stroke as a result of sickle cell disorder. And you see, the part of sickle cell disorder affects the family. Our elder sister had to stop going to the eyebrow school she was attending, and then later on, she was placed on a public school because funds were not available. So the child's complications of sickle cell, which is stroke, affected the marriage of the parents, so that the father absconded and left the mother alone, affected the mother. She could not continue with her job. She had to sit down and take care of the child, affected her elder sister's schooling. And so that is how sickle cell disorder not only affects the individual, but also the family. And those are the areas that include the food, clothing, housing, medical care, and necessary social services, and the right to security in the event of unemployment, sickness, disability, widowhood, old age, or other lack of livelihood in circumstances beyond his control. The next slide. Okay, so how is sickle cell disorder inherited? There has been a lot of myths, especially in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, where I'm from, and many African countries, about how sickle cell disorder is inherited. And I've also seen people from Western world also having a misconception about how sickle cell disorder is inherited. Sickle cell disorder can be inherited from both parents. Now, I use the word disorder because we also have sickle cell carriers. And along the presentation, I'll make us understand what role sickle cell carriers often has, and then the disparity in the form of information that's available affecting people with sickle cell carrier. In other words, people with sickle cell trait. So there is the father and then the mother, each one contributing. So I'm going to use the example of when a father has a trait or the mother, one of the parents has a trait and the other one is both have a trait, which is on the right side of the slide or the upper part, where the father is a trait, either AS or SC, and then the mother also has a trait. So you could see that they will have a child, and this is how it is inherited, 25% of each pregnancy. It does not mean that for 4 children, 1 child, no, it's 25% of each pregnancy. So when a father contributes, it could be that it could be trait, the 25% of each pregnancy could be normal, AA, or 50% of each pregnancy could be trait, AS or AC, and then 25% of each pregnancy could have sickle cell anemia, SS. Now, I've met families that for the family, unfortunately, all the children, there were 3, had sickle cell anemia. So it occurs for each pregnancy, and because you cannot predict chance or probability, that is why it is advisable that traits should not marry. And then this also helps us to understand the compatibility in terms of marriage. Father with trait, mother with trait, it's not advisable they should marry because 25% of each pregnancy could be sickle cell anemia. And it could be so unfortunate that all the pregnancy, all the children could have sickle cell anemia, all the children could have traits, all the children could be normal, or it could be shared. So that is how it is inherited. It is 25% for each pregnancy, not for all the children, each pregnancy. The next slide. Causes of disparity in sickle cell disorder, the knowledge or information that's available, especially scientific information. One of the problems with disparity in especially management of people with sickle cell disorder is the knowledge. There is this notion or narrative that people that are sickle cell carriers do not experience the same symptoms, crisis, and complications as people with sickle cell anemia. That is not true. I also carried this notion for a long while. I'm a medical doctor. While I was in medical school, that was what I learned, and that was information I share with other people. Until when I published my book, A Life with Sickle Cell Anemia, 2020 September, and one of the people that bought it is sickle cell trait, lives with sickle cell trait, in other words, sickle cell carrier. And she reached out to me and told me I experienced that everything I described in the book is what she has been experiencing all her life. Well, she has sickle cell trait and not hemoglobin SS, not homozygous. And I told her that cannot be possible because what we've been told or what we were taught is that people that are carriers are asymptomatic. But she said, no, that is not true, that she has a condition, she has a trait and also experiences the same. I started talking about a pain crisis, talking about stroke and every other conditions that people with sickle cell anemia do have. And then I was able to connect with her to meet people from different parts of the world who are living with sickle cell trait and have also been experiencing the symptoms, crisis, and complications like those of us who have sickle cell anemia. So that is one of the areas that can create disparity in terms of the knowledge. It is a wrong notion that people with sickle cell trait are asymptomatic. It is not always true. We've come to see that there are some people that have sickle cell trait and also experience it. What are other areas of disparity or causes of disparity? There are a lot of myths, misconception, and misinformation, especially in sub-Saharan Africa. One of the presenters told us that more than 5 million people in sub-Saharan Africa live with sickle cell disorder. Now, especially in those areas, myths, misconceptions fly around. Some people think it is demonic. It is caused maybe because of a sin that the father, some people even think it is due to an infection. Sickle cell disorder is a non-infectious disease. It is a non-communicable disease. But some people carry the wrong notion that it can be caused by an infection. Some people carry the wrong notion that when you share things with people that have sickle cell disorder, you can contact it, can be transmitted. So those are some of the myths, misconceptions, and misinformation about it. And this can cause disparity in our relationship with people that have sickle cell disorder because we are carrying the wrong notion or narrative about it. Now, also other areas are some sickle cell conditions, known and unknown, like chronic fatigue syndrome. I did not know about chronic fatigue syndrome until I experienced it like about 6 years ago. And in the course of the presentation, I will talk to us about what chronic fatigue syndrome is, or chronic pain syndrome. Chronic pain syndrome is a condition whereby you experience pain crisis at least 3 days in a week. And I've also experienced it as well. A new one that I got to experience was spondylodegenerative changes of the vertebra. I didn't even know that this was caused by sickle cell disorder. When I met the neuro, I complained of chronic lower back pain to my to the clinic, and then the neurosurgeon asked I should do a CT and MRI, and he diagnosed spondylodegenerative changes of the vertebra, the 5th lumbar and then the 4th sacral. Okay, so last 2 minutes. That's another condition. Multiple bone lesion is another one. Bone mental health condition, stroke in adults. What I was taught right from medical school, and most would say, is that stroke, the risk of stroke in people with sickle cell disorder occurs in children. But last year, I did a CT scan of the brain and MRI and indicated that I have silent stroke. So that also helps us to understand that these are some of the wrong information that people carry about sickle cell disorder that affect the management and care of it. In areas of policy, guidelines, decision-making, disparity also occurs. The next slide. I may not be able to go extensively to the slide, but I'll recommend some of the books that I have so that we could read about it. Now, because of the wrong information available, there have been disparity in terms of research. One of the speakers spoke about cystic fibrosis. Whenever you compare cystic fibrosis with sickle cell disorder, sickle cell disorder had been identified or detected many years before cystic fibrosis. But cystic fibrosis have gotten more research and studies more than sickle cell disorder. Treatment, care, and management. There have been delay in receiving prompt care in the ER. People will tell you they present in the ER, but because they are not shouting, they present in the ER with pain crisis. But because they are not shouting like somebody that have a bone fracture or a woman that is in active labor, they don't receive adequate and prompt care. But from my understanding and experience, the pain of sickle cell disorder can be compared to the pain of a woman pregnant with active labor or somebody having bone fracture. It is all the same thing. So the way you give them prompt care is the same way you should give people living in sickle cell disorder. Also, available pain medications, there are limited pain medications, and now we have problems with opioid dependency misuse because there are limited pain medications to use for sickle cell disorder. And this has brought about disparity. People think you're just seeking opioid to use when you present in the ER or present in the hospital with pain crisis. But the point is you're having pain. The fact that you're not shouting or crying or wailing doesn't mean you're not having pain that demands that kind of medication. Other medications or recommended vaccines. What are the other medications available apart from Adesua? Comparing sickle cell to cancer, comparing sickle cell to HIV, sickle cell was detected many years before HIV was detected. But there are options in terms of medications for HIV compared to sickle cell disorder. Also, allocations of resources suffer disparity as well. And the next slide, I may not be able to go into so much. Please, the next slide. So, consequences of disparity, can we move on? I've already mentioned something like this before. Affects the family, education, employment. Can we go to the next slide? Because of the limited time I have. Okay, the history of sickle cell disorder. You could see on the last line, sickle cell disorder was detected in 1910, but you could see that sickle cell disorder was the first inheritable disease to be classified as a molecular disease in 1951. But of all the molecular diseases we have globally, sickle cell disorder is the least funded and the least researched. Can we move to the next slide? Sickle cell crisis, hemolytic crisis, vaso-occlusive crisis, which is the known pain crisis. There is sequestration crisis that occurs in the spleen. There's ablastic crisis, but because of advanced information in healthcare, we do not have cases of ablastic crisis. Ablastic crisis is when all the blood lines, red blood cells, white blood cells, platelets are low or are not properly produced in the body. And then there's acute chest syndrome. Can we move to the next slide? We quickly want to talk about some complications. Yeah, triggers of sickle cell crisis: stress, either physical or mental, infection or infestation, any form of. Some people have developing sickle cell crisis due to COVID infection, dehydration, extremes of temperature. While I was in Nigeria, I only experienced cold triggering a pain crisis. But when I got to Saudi Arabia and I was exposed to temperatures as high as 49 degrees centigrade, I started experiencing heat triggering pain crisis. There is hypoxia, there is acidosis. I quickly want to talk about the complications. So can we quickly move to the next slide? Because I have limited time. I think I just have like a minute or two. Delayed puberty, dactylitis is called Hand-and-Foot syndrome. The first time I was transfused was because of Hand-and-Foot syndrome. I had it, I think, at the age of 5 years. It was my mom that made me understand that I had Hand-and-Foot syndrome. Priapism. Priapism is described as prolonged, purposeless penile erection. I suffered priapism. The first episode of priapism was when I was in my 5th year of medical school. And at a particular point, I experienced a priapism for 24 hours, and I was expected to do an exchange blood transfusion. But thank God, it was the last, the doctor tried the therapy, and then I did not need to do an exchange blood transfusion. And it was the last episode of priapism I had. So people with sickle cell disorder also have priapism. So priapism is not only caused by sickle cell disorder, but there are also other conditions. But we should also know that sickle cell disorder causes priapism. As I've mentioned, stroke, overt or silent stroke. Now we are getting to understand that adults with sickle cell disorder are also at the risk of stroke. Kidney conditions, nocturnal enuresis, bedwetting. I experienced it till I was at the age of 10 years. One of the things, problems is bringing is the mental torture because of the social stigma. When you bedwet people, I grew up in Africa, in Nigeria, and people have this taboo, or people have this wrong opinion about bedwetting. But while I was growing up, I did not know, my parents did not know, nobody knew, even the doctors were saying, nobody knew that bedwetting was caused by sickle cell disorder. So we are trying every type of approach. And I've had parents talk about their children bedwetting, and they felt sorry because they never knew that it was caused by sickle cell disorder. Chronic leg ulcer, I suffered chronic leg ulcer twice. Each one lasted for 6 months. Bone complications that I've mentioned. And chronic, okay, let us move to the next slide. I will just talk about chronic fatigue syndrome and then I will stop. The next slide, please. Chronic fatigue syndrome, the CDC have been able to identify it. Certain inclusive criteria for chronic fatigue syndrome. There is this migraine-like headache. There is fatigue that does not get relief with rest. There is sleep disturbance, unrefreshing sleep. And then there is also the myalgia, short loss of memory or concentration. Now, recently, WHO have been tracking people with post-COVID condition or COVID complications, and chronic fatigue syndrome has been listed. Unfortunately, people with sickle cell disorder and many other conditions, thyroid diseases, HIV, cancer, have been experiencing chronic fatigue syndrome. But when you get to talk to healthcare workers and people, they don't believe you because it sounds incredible, it sounds untrue. They think you are just lying or you are just giving an excuse. And that is why people have kept silent over the years about chronic fatigue syndrome. I had to publish a co-author and publish my story about chronic fatigue syndrome and my experience with it for the past 6 years, so that the world can understand that sickle cell also causes chronic fatigue syndrome. PICA is another problem caused by sickle cell disorder, whereby you eat non-nutritious substances. I was eating sand till my teenage years. And you know, I did not know until after the experience that sickle cell disorder causes it. And when I wrote out my experience and put it on the social media, I saw many people responding that they didn't even know that they were eating charcoal. Some people were eating charcoal, some people were eating grass, and they didn't even know that it was caused by sickle cell disorder. So those are a lot of areas that we should look into. And I believe when we look into it, we'll be able to understand better. I was diagnosed with depression in 2019 and started medication. So it's also one of the mental health problems that sickle cell disorder causes. And if we don't shed more light into sickle cell so that people will understand it and create better awareness, people with sickle cell disorder will keep suffering a lot of complications and conditions that are unknown without receiving prompt care. I will just put, if I'm allowed, the Amazon link to the 2 books, one of the book I co-authored and the book I wrote, so that we can be able to read about what they talk about, some of these things as regards sickle cell disorder. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Dr. Owoye. That was definitely wonderful in terms of understanding those complications, especially, and some of the identifiers of sickle cell disease. So thank you so much for sharing that. So for our last but not least panelist, Dr. John James is the Chief Executive of the Sickle Cell Society, SCS, a role which he has held since 2013. Prior to working at SCS, Dr. John spent 33 years in the NHS, including as Chief Executive of NHS Trusts and in health policy as a senior civil servant for the Department of Health and Social Care. During his time as Chief Executive of SCS, the organization has published a number of reports highlighting the impact of sickle cell disease on patients and has been instrumental in the publishing of national clinical standards and guidelines. In June 2018, Dr. John was awarded an OBE as part of the Queen's Birthday Honors. Happy to have you here, Dr. James.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, good evening, or good morning, wherever you are in the world. First of all, can I say a very big thank you to the organisers and also to the previous speakers for their very valuable insights. If you could go to the slides, that would be very helpful. Thank you. Yes, next one, because I've been introduced, so you all know who I am. So let me summarize some of what I've heard from the previous speakers. It's simply this. The sickle cell community, not only in the UK, but in all parts of the world, is underserved. It's also growing fast, and it has significant health and care inequalities. And we've heard that from our previous speakers, and we've heard it from the people who live with sickle cell anemia. Next slide, please. Now, these health inequalities and disparities and challenges of the sickle cell community are not new. They are not new at all. And they are devoid of consistent and transformational health improvement. And these health inequalities create a lack of trust for many warriors, many patients, many families, in particular, and I use this reference here in the UK, when we are seeing an increasing number of avoidable deaths of people who live with this condition. Next slide, please. It was against that background that we produced this report called No One's Listening. It's a parliamentary report, so it was led by members of parliament, not from a particular party like Democrat or Republicans. This was a cross-party piece of work. And we produced this report because we were concerned that no one was listening or taking any action at a very high level about the health disparities that affected warriors and families who had people living with sickle cell. Next one, please. So it was a UK parliamentary inquiry, cross-party. We collected written evidence, and we had over 300 pieces of written evidence. It was not just warriors and parents, it was clinicians, doctors, nurses, psychologists, it was industry, it was politicians from all parties, and also the National Health Service system. So that's the organizations who run the NHS. So in American terms, it would be providers and payers of services. And importantly, this inquiry covered representatives from all across the country. Next slide, please. Now, what did the report themes highlight? If we go to the next slide, please. Now, the first one is that there is substandard care on general wards and in accident and emergency. And what that broke down into was there were variations in care depending on where you were in the country. There were deaths and near misses. There was lack of compliance with standards that we as an organization have prepared. So there are standards for care of people with sickle cell, but actually they were ignored. And I might explain why they were ignored later on. And this last point here, that the experience of many warriors who attended accident and emergency in particular meant that they were reluctant to go to hospital or to A&E because of such a poor experience when they had visited on previous occasions. Next slide, please. There were also failings in providing joined up sickle cell care within hospitals. So within hospitals, there was poor coordination. So I will give you an example where a young man was admitted to hospital, and he was admitted to a general ward. The hematology team, the red cell team, didn't even know that the person was admitted. And there was no coordination between the hematology team and the ward where this young man was being cared for. There was a failure to comply with patient care plans. So patients will tell us and told us that they explain what their care regime would normally be. But again, healthcare professionals didn't listen and would want to propose something else. And also there was a lack of community care outside of hospital to support people who live with sickle cell. Next one, please. And interestingly, there is low awareness of sickle cell amongst healthcare professionals. And I'm talking about healthcare professionals who are not in the specialty of hematology. So that includes emergency care, that includes general wards. And why is that? And the reason for that here in the UK is there remains inadequate training of healthcare professionals across the board. If you are outside of the hematology specialty, yes, you get some information about sickle cell, but it's a very, very inadequate training that is given to healthcare professionals across the service. Next slide, please. And as other speakers have mentioned, we didn't shy away from the fact that there were negative attitudes towards sickle cell patients across the country. So let's remember and not forget that racial inequality is a factor in sickle cell care, and that can affect whether you have a positive experience or a negative experience. There's disrespectful treatment, which we've heard about from previous speakers, and there's a failure to believe or listen to patients, and certainly a lack of prioritization. And it wasn't just, what's important about this, it wasn't just patients making this point. So people can say, oh, no, that's the race card. It was healthcare professionals, doctors, nurses, and other healthcare professionals who said they witnessed this behavior within their provider units. And as Ted Love mentioned earlier on, we were part of the SHAPE survey, which highlighted this issue not only in the UK, but in other parts of the world. Next slide, please. And lastly, as our previous speakers have highlighted, complete inadequate investment in sickle cell care. So under-resourcing of sickle cell services, we've seen examples with cystic fibrosis, haemophilia, there's lots of other examples. Understaffing of sickle cell services. So the workforce is really important to us. Although we're a patient advocacy organisation, we want to support healthcare professionals to have the right level of staffing to support warriors and their families. And we know that there's an underinvestment in sickle cell research and treatment, which has again been highlighted by some of our previous speakers. Next slide, please. And we haven't talked much about red cell exchange. So I just want to say a little bit about red blood cell exchange, which of course is an important option of treatment for people who live with sickle cell, but just to highlight some disparities. So there are 2,000 sickle cell patients who are eligible for red cell exchange transfusion in the UK. Currently, only about half of them access it. And we want to know why. We think it's because of some of those factors that we've identified earlier on, and some of our previous speakers have identified earlier on. So we're working with NHS England and other organisations to understand the barriers limiting accessibility and acceptability of red cell exchange. Next slide, please. And in October of this year, we had an Amber Alert from the organisation that provides blood to providers. So that's NHS Blood and Transplant. Critically low levels of blood supply. And of course, 10,000 units of blood are needed for people who live with sickle cell disorder each month. So it does impact on the sickle cell community, although there is a clinical trial called Restore, which is looking at developing lab-grown blood. Next slide, please. This is something that we do. It's a strapline called Give Blood, Spread Love. So our organisation as a patient advocacy organisation is working specifically with people of Black heritage to donate to save lives and support people who live with sickle cell. So far, we've reached over 33,000 individuals directly and over 100,000 indirectly through our campaigns to get people to donate more blood to support people who live with sickle cell. Next slide, please. And I was asked, what can we do globally? What can we do globally? Well, you've heard from our previous speakers that what I've just described in terms of the UK experience is consistent globally. So what I've described is no different from some of the big ticket issues that have been raised in other parts of the world, including low resource countries. And I think what we can do is speak with one voice. It's really important that the sickle cell community speak with one voice, as distinct from speaking with lots of different voices, which are sometimes inconsistent. Highlight the consistent health disparities that affect people living with sickle cell wherever they live in the world, and provide leadership. These are things that we can do as a community, and I'm delighted that those things link to the UN goal of international cooperation. Next one, please. And that next one is just to say that I've hopefully caught up on time and conclude it there. That's how you can contact the Sickle Cell Society UK, and I hope those insights were helpful. Thank you again for having me here this evening. Thank you. Or this morning, rather, in the UK.
Thank you so much, Dr. James, and thank you for your advocacy in this work. It's really, really important, and appreciate hearing from you today. And with that, that concludes hearing from our panelists. And so we will move forward and have our break now. I believe we will be coming back around the 15-minute mark. And so you all are welcome to take a break. And when we get back, we will move to our breakout rooms, and I'll share more information about that. Thank you.
It can rob you of your confidence, your self-confidence. Throughout my childhood, pain has been the biggest factor. It's been really bad, and obviously I had to go into a hospital with crisis. A crisis is a prolonged period of pain. If it's gone on for a very long time, that's when I'd need to go into the hospital and get treated. I was initially admitted and I was in the hospital for a week. I was discharged. The pain wasn't really controlled and I had to come again for another few days. Now, that would be the worst. Aside from the pain, it's just the tiredness. I always feel fatigued. In school, like staying concentrated in lessons, engaging with conversations with my friends, it's become a huge challenge for me. Last year, I was doing a really important exam that would possibly determine what I'd be doing for the rest of my life. That was a very stressful time. I was ill for quite a lot of it actually, and I just had to keep on going. It took a lot of mental strength to really get through that period, and I think I'm proud of myself for that, I'd say. Mental and emotional factors contribute to the physical sides of things. If I get stressed, it can bring about a crisis. One of the things of living with sickle cell is understanding your own pace and really coming to understand that you can't always compare yourself to other people. You have to really understand your health and who you are as a person. It has almost held me back from doing some things that I wanted to do. Being a teenager in general, I think, is a bit difficult, but with sickle cell, it comes with its own challenges. I mean, you want to go out, you want to stay out as long as your friends, but there's other things to think about as well with sickle cell. Even before you leave the house, you have to think about what the weather's going to be like, how many layers I have to wear, drinking, but I don't let that really stop me from going out and having a good time. For the teenagers living with sickle cell and the young people, don't let sickle cell hold you back from your dreams or aspirations, because you can achieve anything you want to achieve, as corny as it sounds. Just don't give up, you can do it. It will be difficult, but you can do it.
I'm leaving modern Bahrain now to go out to the desert to meet Zachariah. And Zachariah is not only the president of the Sickle Cell Disease Society here in Bahrain, but also he is a patient with sickle cell disease. How has sickle cell disease affected you?
My doctor told me, you will never live till 42. I'm 45 now. But I promised my family I will live till 75, not with pain, with happiness, and succeed.
How many times do you think you've come close to death?
I faced it 11 times. The last one, I have seen the white light in my room. I said goodbye to my family and to my colleagues and my friends. But somehow I find my way out to get back to the life.
You inspire so many people in Bahrain. How many people are under your guidance, your inspiration?
We are around 8,600 patients living with sickle cell. That giving me a great responsibility, that to teach everybody he's responsible for his own health. We work very hard to educate the community how to live strongly. You have to beat the pain.
How do you beat the pain?
Actually, doctors, they get confused with me. This smile will never disappear even if I am in ICU. I beat the pain with the smile.
What do you think is the single solution for all these patients?
Community is first. If you educate the community, you will bring a strong nation. And the support of family. We found ourselves surrounded with love. That's why we succeed.
You think that just throwing money at a problem of sickle cell disease would solve it, but that's not the approach at all here. In fact, this is a beacon of light to the rest of the world, and it is so because of the very fabric of society, that they place such high family and community and social values on a problem that actually they can look towards possibly even eradicating. That pain can almost go away for sickle cell disease.
All right, if we could have folks start coming back, we're going to go ahead and introduce our moderators for our breakout rooms. So just as some housekeeping, your screens will go blank for about 1 or 2 minutes as each of you are placed in a breakout room with a panelist as well as a breakout room moderator. In the breakout rooms, we will have question and answer session for 30 minutes with each of our panelists to go deeper into the topics that they shared. And then we will return here in the main room after the breakout rooms so that we can have a brief summation and report from what was discussed. And so I'm excited to be able to share who your moderators are. Christina will be in room 1. Christina works with Lenora Williams as her intern, helping her to build a mobile application to help with her business of helping others to start their own nonprofit organizations. Christina is also a part of the Rotary Club's Young Professionals organization. For room 2, we have Charisse. Charisse currently works as an executive admin at IIBA and also interns with Lenora Williams. She is from Oakland, California. Leslie will be in room number 3. Leslie Cunningham spent her childhood living in the United States, Nigeria, Germany, and Japan as a result of parents who instilled the importance of service to the global community. A graduate of Mount St. Mary's University in Los Angeles, Leslie was a 3-time participant in the Model United Nations program, focusing on issues relevant to the African diaspora. She was later selected for the Los Angeles Coro Foundation Fellows Program, a public affairs leadership training program through intense experiential learning techniques, graduating in 1992. Next, we have Andrew, who will be room 4. Andrew is a co-founder of Hypa Collective, a cooperative business that offers consulting for change management, ESG, DEI, and other professional services for organizations and society to take action in building a more just, equitable, and ecologically conscious world. Andrew draws upon experience from emergency management, climate adaptation, and community building. He is active in a queer and trans BIPOC community theater company in San Francisco and currently lives on unceded Ohlone land in Oakland, California. Next, we'll have Ido in room 5. Ido Ighodaro, she, her, was born and raised in Louisville, Kentucky to 2 Nigerian immigrants. She went to Johns Hopkins University, where she majored in neuroscience and Spanish. During her senior year, she began volunteering at an immigration health center, which introduced her to the many health disparities faced by our minority populations. Because of her experience here, she became further interested in immigrant, refugee, and minority health. Currently, she is attending medical school at the Stanford School of Medicine. Thanks, Ido. And finally, for room 6, we'll have Mona. Mona Ko is a member of UNA East Bay chapter. She works at East Bay Regional Park District in the San Francisco Bay Area as a community relations manager. The Park District was honored to receive the Global Citizen Award last year for keeping parks open throughout the pandemic and contributing to all the United Nations 17 Sustainable Development Goals. I will also be joining Mona in room 6. And I am also a co-founder of Hypa Collective and have been working in impact investing as well as corporate social responsibility. So thank you all for being moderators. I believe that our tech crew will be sending folks to rooms now. Again, you'll be sent to a breakout room to speak with all of our moderators.
The issue. So I would say that that's another thing that I've noticed and we've come up against it. I think each of us kind of touched on is that, you know, where the funding for cystic fibrosis and cancer and other types of things is just so large. And then the funding for sickle cell and similar issues is so small. And I think that just sort of exemplifies the larger issue and the larger issues that are truly taking place in our country that it's easy to turn a blind eye to if you have privilege or just different things that's not in your day-to-day life. But it's there, and there are people living every day who face it. So that's kind of what I think of.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you. Kristen, I want to see if you want to try one more time.
Okay, let's see. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. The phone came through.
I had to call in. I'm so sorry. I had to call in.
No, we're glad we were able to hear you now.
Not even sure what happened, but technology. I think that part of what Celeste said is funding. There's not a lot of funding for sickle cell. And I think too, overall, when people hear sickle cell, it's like labeled as like a Black disease because it majority impacts people of color. And so people don't open their purses for that, unfortunately, or they'll give a limited amount and we can start something, but we can't continue on with what we're doing. I think that's one fold of it. I think education too within our own community to know how to treat sickle cell patients. I myself have sickle cell trait, and at the time in 1980, I'm dating myself, but in 1980, through newborn screenings, I was determined I had sickle cell trait. And so they just told my mom, oh, she may hurt an ache and give her Tylenol. And that was like all of the education surrounding like having sickle cell trait. And I just found that astounding. We're doing better, but I think of a lack of education as part of it. And then for those suffering with the actual disease, racism plays a huge part, racism and bias. Celeste hit on it earlier that a lot of our patients won't even go to the hospital. Like their pain level out of 10 would have to be at a 7 on up before they'll even darken the door of a hospital. So I think we as providers need to better educate our colleagues how to handle sickle cell patients when they come in, how to triage them, and just treat people like human beings. They're not drug seekers. Like they're in pain and it's an actual crisis and it is an emergency.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for both for those inputs, for those responses. So I guess what matters to you and your work the most? I think we heard a bit of that in your earlier presentation. But now thinking of that problem, like what matters to you in terms of like right now, what's important for us to focus on for you respectively and together to focus on? What's important to you?
For me right now, and our patients initially when we came on in January, it was like, like literally finding our patients. I think living with sickle cell, it can be a pervasive disease. So you go through cycles of when you're in care, and then just like we have everyday challenges, so do they. So a lot of our patients will have, sometimes they have children and they don't have anyone to care for their children. Sometimes they don't have transportation, or they've had a long admission and they're just tired. So our patients will cycle through these times where they're really on it as far as their care, and then they'll kind of slack off. So I think for us was extending, like reaching out, so communication, and then streamlining communication so that they know they have a primary person that they can contact. and they may be more amendable to coming into the clinic, where before, if you got to call a clinic and leave a message, it's just kind of like, okay, somebody may hear it 2 days later. Where with our positions now, they know someone will contact them back. Like, they have my cell phone number, so they'll text me and we'll text back and forth. I'm like, okay, I'll do this for you. So I think having constant communication, contact, and streamlining that makes a huge difference. And then removing any barriers they may have, as much as we can to make sure that they're able to get care, whether it is transportation or moving an appointment from this day because they're not feeling well to a different day. Having them be set up for labs, like, hey, you haven't come in for labs in a while, you should come and get those, or you may need your chest port to be flushed. All of those things kind of factor into overall care. So those are the things that we kind of focus on. Celeste may have some additional things.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of the same things that Kristen said. I think like the first thing that came to my mind when you said that is being there for them. And I think just as Kristen, like just letting it so they know, like, we're going to advocate for them. We're going to empower them. We're going to, like, they have a person who's on their side within the healthcare system. And it's a process. I think it's not like we just get to come in and say, oh, it's going to be different now. We're going to make all these changes and everything's going to be okay. It just doesn't work like that. And so it's going to be a process and a journey, and being willing to consistently be there for them in that journey and meet them where they're at. And, you know, helping to advocate on the provider side, a lot of those things too, of that patient-centered care and of, you know, I think just listening a lot of times instead of first speaking. And then also, you know, not just giving them the resources is something I learned, just saying like, oh, here's your resources, but then following up, asking how they used it, maybe making that, bridging that gap, making that extra connection for them, you know, and thinking about how would I feel if I were in their shoes and I just got a piece of paper, you know, like, would I follow up? What would help? How would I want to follow through? Asking them certain things like that. And then, you know, on the social work side, continuing to work with them on mental health resources and support and like the whole, more of the holistic approach and those things that will help them feel better physically, you know, when they're mentally supported in different other aspects and areas as well.
No, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So small side notes of folks here in terms of tech access. If you have any questions, I don't know if anyone has access to post to everyone, because I just checked that I don't. So in a minute, I'm going to ask a couple of more questions, but feel free to catch me when I interrupt me at any time. Please don't interrupt Celeste or Kristen, but I don't mind getting interrupted if you want to interrupt me with a question. So yeah, definitely want to make it engaging if any of the participants have questions. So and just time check too, I just checked with Toby that we're going to go back to the main room at 5 till the hour. So I'm on Pacific time, so 5:55 p.m. on the West Coast. So, so yeah, just to help ground everyone. But I think coming back into this conversation, I think both of those, the answers that Kristen, you and Celeste gave leads me to sort of another question, maybe even a little bit more broadly, from sickle cell disease, but also including sickle cell disease. What are some next steps or kind of observations do either of you have that need to be taken to promote health equity and justice specifically for communities of color? Both of you have, and especially Kristen, you've like touched on that a little bit directly already. Is there anything more in even beyond sickle cell treatment?
If we're going to look at like the state level, I think being a registered voter always helps, and then lobbying, because there's different organizations that have lobbyists that literally do the work. So I think first off, like being connected with the right people within your community that can make change. So like the grant that funded us, they had lobbyists, they had the data, they had all of these different elements to support the fact of like, hey, we need this money to help this segment of people. So I think just kind of knowing who the key players are in your community. I promise we have some. We have community-based organizations that we partner with. So first knowing the people in your community, the key players, and then you know, attending those types of sessions and saying, hey, this is what we face every day, and not being afraid to kind of speak up for that. We've actually done walks and been in the community as well, so that people know, like, this is what we're doing. We're not just talking it, but we're walking it too. And so as me as an everyday citizen, I'm like, register to vote. I don't mind lobbying. I don't mind attending things and speaking up. I don't mind making posters and being loud and saying, this is what we need, and we needed it yesterday. So I think kind of being fearless in that also makes a difference.
And, you know, I think as a person of privilege, I just think about allowing my voice to, just using my voice is what I think of, and being able to use my voice in the place that I have to make a difference in all the ways that I can. And we can each do that. We can each, our voice does matter. And I think it can feel like this huge thing that's insurmountable, but each of our voices is important. Each of our voices matter. And I would say from my personal experience, like going out of my comfort zone and doing things that make me feel uncomfortable have been really important. And it's been huge areas of growth for me and supporting the community and, you know, the community of color and those populations that do experience bias and racism and things that I don't know, and acknowledging that for me. Like, I don't have to know it in order to acknowledge it and to seek to put myself in places where I will come face to face with it. Even in my own friend groups, like seeking out friendships with a variety of diverse individuals, and, you know, again, getting out of my comfort zone. And I think coming along with that is educating ourselves wherever you are, being up to date and aware of this situation and what's going on, and, you know, outside of the context of our own lives, and doing things and participating in things like this can be a huge part of that.
Thank you. I'm going to pause here in case any of the other participants, if you want to come off mute and ask any questions, I'll give it a beat here, but I have plenty of other questions too to work through. So if anyone has any questions, please don't be shy. The next question I have is, what future do you want to see? No, right? We've been talking a little bit for a couple of minutes here already about the root causes and a little bit of the immediacy of what needs to happen. So I guess a question about looking forward, even near future, medium-term future, and or even long-term future. Is there any thoughts that either of you have that are really speak to, or that really anchor a lot of your work?
I would think continuing the efforts that we started now, and then another goal that our organization is looking at doing is kind of branching off into communities where there isn't a sickle cell clinic, because we have several areas where California's huge, and we do have several areas where there is no sickle cell clinic or sickle cell provider. So I think next steps are like for us to figure out ways to get into those communities, whether it's through partnerships or mobile clinics and things like that, so we can kind of bring care to those people. I'm trying to think. Those are the conversations that we're currently having. Like, how can we reach more people? Because people may not be able to come to San Francisco, but it may be easier to partner with a local clinic in the Antioch area to bring care to the residents of Antioch or the residents of Stockton, like in my community. So I think that's what we're looking at. But again, it all comes back down to funding. Like, you have to be able to fund these endeavors, and then you have to have staff to do it, you know, and then it all is driven by the numbers. So another initiative going on in the state of California is like locating the people with sickle cell to look at the numbers to see if there's enough people in this area to create like a partnership in this community and then put staff there. because you have to have, the people basically drive the initiatives. And if there's not enough people there, or at least we can't find enough people there, then they tend not to put things in that area. Unfortunately, that's the way that they look at it.
Yeah, I fully agree with those things. I think reducing the systemic barriers, like to me, those concrete things, like not being able to get insurance coverage and like those very practical things that just like can't even get into to deal with. And Kristen mentioned like a mobile, like just being able to, that's again, meeting the clients where they are. Like I see in the future, instead of them having to come to us and they're in all this chronic pain and there's all these issues going on, that we're able to think outside of the box, that we're at a place where with technology in the world, where we're able to sort of be open-minded and sort of try these different things and really reducing some of those very real concrete barriers. I see that as one of the first important steps to establishing, as for the healthcare system as a whole, to establishing and rebuilding trust and rapport within the communities and the patient populations. And then sort of in that same vein, I also see in the future, like patients and people who are coming to the ED, whether they're in pain or whatever it is that they're facing, that there would be a little bit more of a system that the system now is not working very well. And so that is another thing I kind of see in the future that we're working on specifically within sickle cell, but hopefully overall, this would be a big change because, our patients, it is a lot of money when they are in the mind of the healthcare when they regularly are being admitted. And I also hope though, that we can help reach them and help it be at a place where they can come and get help when they're at a smaller, lower level of pain, so that before it may, or there's maybe some situations where that's not the case, but as much as possible to be able to do that, I think would make a big difference in the future. And those are some things that we're working towards.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you to both of you. And kind of leads me to a curiosity I have around, do you have any somewhat specific recent examples of like a connection point that you very directly had either helped you and whatever work that, project, specific project you've been working on recently, or even a connection point that really hindered you in your work? Or either within your entire time in these positions or work in this subject topic area, or something recent. Yeah, I'm curious, is there anything that really helped you or something that really did not help you?
One of the things that kind of popped up in my mind would be us not having like streamlined communication with the ED and our staff not being as educated. Because I'll get texts from like our patients like, hey, I'm in pain and I feel terrible that I can't fix that for them. Like I'll literally go down to the ED and I'm like, what's going on? What can we do? Because they're in so much pain and they're reaching out to me, and then I feel horrible because it's like, it's just me, like, so those are the first things that come to my mind. And we are really working with our hospital ED to kind of change that and to kind of change that kind of educate them around sickle cell. So that's one of the first things I felt like has been a hindrance. And then on the flip side, actually working with Global Blood Therapeutics has been a great resource. I didn't know they existed because Big Pharma is always like, ew, it's Big Pharma, but they are fantastic with the disease modification. And I tell people that all the time. I love the work that they're doing.
Yeah, and something that I think has been really helpful, at least where we are, is that I think the majority of people, like the people who are working on the grant, are really passionate about this and are trying to support us. And I just think being part of a community where people are excited about this and where it's important and where we're doing it together in that context has been very helpful. because sometimes you can feel like an island maybe, but just being able to do it in the context of community. And then I think maybe a hindrance that came to my mind is just that it can feel overwhelming, or you just hit barrier after barrier, and it can feel frustrating, especially when it comes from within, the system, or even where you're at. And that can feel like very disempowering. And so being able to remember that it is a process, and that we're each playing a role and doing what we can, and going back to the drawing board and trying to be more effective, and using that as a catalyst.
That makes a lot of sense. Thank you both for those answers. Just with a couple of minutes left here, I want to leave the floor open again to you both as speakers. Is there any main takeaway that you want us to walk away from listening to your work today, in terms of either a call to action, specific things we can help you in your work on, and or just a kind of really important takeaway that you really want us to internalize?
Just knowing that you aren't alone. There are people that work every day. We care. We're very passionate about what we do. So just knowing that you're not alone in this fight.
I love that. Yeah, I would say do something outside of your comfort zone, even if you think it's small and it doesn't matter. It can have big impact.
Thank you so much to both of you. That was really beautiful, and I really like those final thoughts, really empowering final thoughts. At this time, it's right around 5:55 or 55 after the hour. So yeah, at your own, please go ahead back to the main room, and I'll see you all over there. Thank you so much, Celeste and Kristen, for chatting. Chris, I'm so glad your audio stuff, we fixed that, or you fixed that really.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you so much for moderating. It was so great to have you and to have this conversation.
Totally. It was lovely meeting both of you. All right, take care.
All of our conferences, we have an international community, because it is sickle cell. And it's really, like they said, there's millions of people in India and sub-Saharan Africa. So that's usually where we have our talks about what are the things that we need to do that also help improve care there. But if we're not if we're not doing the research to get drugs here, then it's hard to have the drugs to give there. For example, hydroxyurea, they're now able to supply that, and it's generic cheaply in sub-Saharan Africa. But the questions that we have is, here we test labs every 2 months. So there's also studies to say, do you just give a lower dose where you don't have to test labs every month, since that may not be something that people are able to do, and can you get benefit from that without having the toxicity, the reason that we're testing the labs for. So it's kind of how we can develop drugs, and then how we can get those drugs over to sub-Saharan Africa and India, and how they're able to use them in a different way, with a way that works for them.
Thank you so much. And I see Erica and Kent and Quima. Did any of you have questions for Dr. Rivers? Erica, what about you? I see, or how about you, Kent? Or how about you, Quima? While you all are still—
I did see Erica unmute for a moment. I think she was going to speak.
Oh, great. Okay, Erica.
So while I was listening to the presentations and stuff, in terms of cystic fibrosis and its relation to human rights, are you well versed in how it's affecting in the United States as well? I was just curious, because I'm not sure, because I don't know much about it here in the US.
That was the data from US. All of my data was from North America. And so I actually don't know what it's like in the international community, but that data was from the United States. the funding
Oh.
data.
So from what like given the results and how like even though we're very like pushed forward in modern day age, so what would be some of your recommendations for the smaller communities if you had the chance to like implement changes right away?
For smaller communities internationally or for smaller communities in the United States?
In the US.
So I think one of the things that is happening now is the American Society of Hematology is making a collaborative guidelines, so that basically we're trying to, and they're putting out guidelines for sickle cell disease that say exactly what you should do in any situation. And then that way those guidelines can either be on the internet or easily resourceable. And then the other idea would be that we would have like champions in certain areas that they could call, like, you know, Oakland Children's is a champion for sickle cell disease. So anybody in the area should be able to call the Center of Excellence at Oakland Children's if they have a sickle cell patient, and ask us questions about like what is the best care, and to make that kind of the standard of care, that if you're a facility where you don't treat a lot of sickle cell patients, your standard of care should be to get input from a outside physician that is one of the standard of care centers.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent answer, Dr. Rivers. And while we still have Kent and Quimma with us, Kent or Quimma, do you have any questions for Dr. Rivers? Thank you, Kent.
Yeah, my question, one of them anyway, was around that prospective legislation and how that legislation would impact, you know, in our community as well as, you know, other parts of the U.S.
Okay, so Kent, do you mind if I ask you what community you're in?
Well, I'm in Oakland.
Oh, okay, all right. So I think how it would impact would be if the legislation would be that they would give money usually for medical providers and more facilities and nurses and nurse practice, and then they would also do a pocket for research. And so that would implement you in the sense that they were, the last speaker talked about like there being like a lack of physicians and nurse practitioners. So in some hospitals, the pediatric hospitals and other hospitals, although we don't know this, some of the providers, nurse practitioners, social workers are provided by foundations, right? So although you see them as hospital employees and think of them as part of the hospital running system, those extra providers is actually money that's been given to the hospital for a specific disease for a specific reason. So there could be a program where they have 2 nurse practitioners and a social worker, but another program with the same amount of people in it, but they're not getting outside foundation funding. And that money would be to supplement that. It would also to be as, Dr. Love talked about pharmaceutical funding. Research is driven by how much money there is in the pot. So like if I'm a researcher and I have a great idea and there's a lot of money in the cancer pot, then I'm going to write a research grant about cancer. But if there's money in the sickle cell pot, then I'm going to write a grant about sickle cell disease. And if there's a bunch of different people thinking to write grants, even if they're not getting the grants, it helps the ones that get the grant, but it also makes more people start thinking about the disease.
Great. Does that answer your question, Kent? I hope that was helpful for you. And certainly, Dr. Rivers.
Was that helpful?
Yes, I guess the legislation is not restructuring the current system. It's really just adding resources to the current system.
That's my understanding of it. But sometimes when they add resources, they do restructure. So we'll have to ask Dr. Love about it, like whether they're just asking for money, and then they're going to decide, okay, this pot goes to NIH, this pot goes to sickle cell disease, because there used to be in the 1970s to 1980s, there were like a sickle cell disease, there was a group of centers that were funded by the government, and they remove those centers and put the money into sickle cell disease grants and research instead of clinical care. So that money has been kind of shifted. So it could be, I think it's how they decide, but we'd have to ask Dr. Love.
Okay, great. All right. So we definitely have to make sure we include in our summary that we need to find what those parameters are with regard to funding and how that's going to impact research and current hospital funding and of course pharmaceutical funding. Excellent. And what can we do, Dr. Rivers? Is there anything we, the general population can do to help in this particular cause?
I think just to be aware, and like when you see this legislation coming, when you have to be like aware of when you have your when you're donating any money, like, am I donating this money to sickle cell disease or am I donating to a general fund? Does this money just go to oncology? Or does this money go specifically to sickle cell disease, which is not getting as much oncology and not getting as much money to, when I give money to St. Jude's, if St. Jude's doing sickle cell disease research, when there's already a disparity in people. So I think for all of us to just be cognizant of, there's like huge foundations who are pulling money on a regular basis, and they may disparately be distribute that money among different diseases. So when I as a person when I'm giving money, do I just go to Oakland Children? You know what I mean? Or do I just go to the Sickle Cell Disease Foundation and give them money to equal that out? And then do I advocate to say, like, there are lots of different diseases, and I'm not just going to advocate for sickle cell disease, but there's lots of different diseases that children have that are just as devastating as cancer diseases, even though cancer is a very devastating disease. But do we need to all reconsider how we're funding different things?
All right, very helpful. And so we need to make sure that our donation dollars and our donation decisions really are impactful. And we'll keep that in mind for definitely Giving Tuesday campaigns and throughout the year.
I have another question.
Yes, go ahead, please, Sandra. Yeah.
So Dr. Rivers, as we're dealing with the pandemic and children,
is that her or
and
me?
Others who have
I think that's her.
Okay.
Sandra, you were breaking up a little bit. We were having technical difficulties understanding you. So could you pose your question again?
Really pack up. Yeah, I haven't posed it. I was just making the statement before I pose a question. My question would be, given the with RSV, sort of
oh, I think she's out.
I think we lost you, Sandra. Yeah, I think we're having technical difficulties hearing you, Sandra. We're not hearing you at all. But in the meantime, Dr. Rivers, until we can get Sandra back.
Oh, we lost Sandra.
Yeah, we lost Sandra. The question I had would be about genetic counseling.
Okay.
So what extent does that occur for two carriers of the sickle cell gene in terms of reproduction?
So, I mean, we at Oakland Children's we have a genetic counselor, and most sickle cell disease centers have a genetic counselor. So when people are diagnosed, when they get their newborn screen and it's AS, usually we have with the parents are talked to, and there's a genetic counselor with the parents, because one of them must be A or S. I think the issue that comes up is that we do newborn screen and people get that when they're 6 months and their parents are told, but like, who is telling people at the ages of 14, 15, 16? And so that's something that we're reaching out to the local pediatricians, because most of the time parents are like, oh, it's trait, I'm going to worry about feeding and worry about like getting them to sleep. And then by the time they're 14 or 15, they forget to bring up that they have traits. So a lot of people, even though we do newborn screen, don't know that they have trait because we've told their parents and not them. So we're working on a project with like local pediatricians to identify patients with traits so that they can get genetic counseling.
Wonderful. It looks like we have Sandra back. Sandra, you want to come with your comment?
Yeah, my Wi-Fi, I had problems with that. And so I was asking in terms of with RSV and patients who are diagnosed with chronic disease such as sickle cell, how does that impact them? And if it does, how are we caring and treating for them layered with exposure to that and being susceptible and vulnerable?
So any respiratory disease affects sickle cell disease patients. They could get sicker. They get a phenomenon called acute chest syndrome, where they get a infiltrate and a fever, and then they can progress very quickly to like a lung, like a lung situation that leads them to be at the ICU. So any virus puts them at greater risk for that, and then especially if they have asthma. So we're always just we're cautious in our sickle cell disease patients. If they have fever, then they're, unlike, patients without sickle cell, they're required to come to the hospital, get antibiotics, get an evaluation. So we're more careful with them if they have RSV or they have fever.
All right, Sandra, I'm not hearing you, but are you on mute?
Yeah, I was thanking Dr. Rivers for her response, because it heightens awareness about those who have chronic diseases as they're faced with either seasonal seasonal viruses and or other novel viruses that develop, and it better helps me to understand their risk factors.
Excellent. And Dr. Rivers, you mentioned that screening takes place with newborns. Is that all newborns who are, say, African American?
It's all newborns. I mean,
all newborns are screened for sickle cell.
I'm not sure when, since it used to be just certain states did it, but now it's part of the universal newborn screen, because it screens for hemoglobinopathies as well, which can occur, as we said, like in Asia, India, and so it's a general screen. So it's part of the PKU and it's all newborns.
So when you have married couples who would be in a group, a racial group, what happens with screening for potential for sickle cell trait?
Usually they can go to their internal or their primary care and get screened if they're aware of it, or they can even look back in their records, because it's logged in a system, in a database. So that would be the way to do it. And I just wanted to talk about, because we were talking about internationally, how that's important. So internationally, there is
and we have 1 minute.
Okay.
Warning.
Internationally, there's not newborn screening. One of the reasons we do newborn screening is that sickle cell patients get infections when they're young, and we put them on penicillin prophylaxis, which has decreased the death rate. So internationally, because there's not newborn screen, people present not knowing they have sickle cell, very sick, and there have a lot more deaths, at least in sub-Saharan Africa, from like bacteria. Which we don't have in the United States, because we newborn screen. That's the reason why we got the newborn screen, is because we start all the patients on penicillin daily.
Awesome. And I think that would impact maybe immigrants coming from, say, Africa or other.
Yes, because they also get immunization. So when we have new people coming, we always make sure that they're up to date on their immunizations that they may not have gotten.
Awesome. Thank you so much. That concludes our time. Oh, Quina, I see you. Did you have a question? Quima.
Yes, I had a quick question. If I can't get it in, I can put it into the chat. But Dr. Rivers, I wanted to know if there's any funding or research put into training physicians on being able to seek out drug-seeking behaviors or folks that are active in substance abuse against chronic pain. I work primarily with the unhoused population, and a lot of times they are sent back to our medical respite programs in pain. Because of the perception, and I don't feel that there's a lot of in-depth treatment on that.
There is not, and I think that we have to start figuring out how to do that, because like I said, for sickle cell, and then I'm sure for the unhoused as well, people, rather than just be like, okay, you're in pain, I'd rather treat your pain, which would be the beneficence that we talked about, than you be in pain, right? You know, because what are the odds I treat your pain versus you get extra pain medication? I think people, for the unhoused, for African Americans, tend to do the other way. And the training that people have on like drug overuse or drug, like, falls exactly on that. If you're in pain, you come into the ED frequently to get pain medication because you have a disorder that causes you to have pain. If you're unhoused, right, you're not able to get health care. So
Mona, would you like to ask a question? And I think Rama, if you have any questions as well, please feel free to ask.
Yeah. So it sounds like we have talked about the next steps done hyperlocally and also through United Nations to promote health, to address disparities and to promote equity and justice. I'm just wondering, because climate change is such a big issue and we are getting attention on climate change, what can we learn from some of the advocacy around that? Use that for sickle cell disease.
Well, I would say, sorry. I would say the same principles apply. That is to say that governments have agreed, for example, in Paris at the Rome Climate Conference, have agreed to undertake steps to diminish both the frequency and the spread and the speed at which our climate is breaking up. We have promised that, and we do not follow up on our promises. And so the basic principles of decency and honesty and compassion and respect for obligations and responsibilities that we have taken on that are expressed through the United Nations, but cannot be fulfilled just by the United Nations. Countries have to stand up to their responsibility in each of these cases. And I hope that this conference will have helped point out the disparities once again, known to us all, and that we will come to a refreshed view of the importance of our doing the right thing. We know what it is. When we disrespect it, we know we are disrespecting it. And there's no secret about that in any country of the world. So I think keeping us on the track to respecting the right to life, a decent of everyone, and fulfilling the necessary support system for that right is tops on our list of priorities.
It's John here, and again, Dr. Moran so eloquently puts it across. So I absolutely agree with her in terms of what she says. I would add that the importance of improving care for people with sickle cell in the context of the climate emergency is something to do with the fact that the better the care, the more economically we can move things forward for climate change. So I think the two are connected. If we reduce disparities and enable better care, that's better for the world that's better. So I think the two things are really important. And the final thing to say is that sickle is probably the fastest or one of the fastest growing genetic blood conditions in the world. So this combination of addressing health disparities and addressing the climate emergency are interlinked, in my view.
Yes. Can we do both things, and we must do both things simultaneously?
Agreed, Dr. Marin, absolutely.
I just had a quick general question. We've talked a lot about like the future of sickle cell and how like the prevalence of it is increasing and the health disparities don't seem to be decreasing. But is there any reason for optimism? Like what steps are being made right now in order to combat these, and like anything hopeful about the future of sickle cell?
That's a great question, Rama. That's a really great question, because I, from a patient advocacy perspective, speak to older generation warriors, young warriors, and school children with sickle cell. I say to the school children that there is hope for the future, and that hope is based on conversations we're having today about the desire to address health disparities. But Rama, it's also in the context of new disease-modifying treatments and better care. So if you just concentrate on new disease-modifying treatments, Crisalimab, which was approved by the FDA, was only approved in February of this year in the UK. So we now have 2 licensed treatments for sickle cell. And as Ted said, and other speakers, there's now a pipeline of new potential treatments for people with sickle cell. So that's good news, and that presents some hope, and that includes innovative treatments like gene therapy and so forth. The challenge goes back to what we were talking about earlier for those children. It is whether or not in low resource countries there will be access to some of those new treatments. So what you could see is the wealthier nations approving those new treatments if their governments feel that they are effective and affordable. And in low resource countries, there's still no access. So what you're then doing is actually widening the gap between the haves and the have-nots for sickle. And that would be dreadful, but also cause other problems for those economies. So my glass is half full rather than half empty, and I think there is hope for the future, just respect. And I think there's also hope for the future by us speaking out more and not being silenced. And that's part of the discourse we're having today. So that would be my perspective. But it's a great question, Rama. Thank you.
Could I ask a question?
Yes, please. Yeah.
I come to sickle cell a person. I have not encountered it in the work that I do in the field of international human rights law. And it seems to me, from speakers we have had today, it seems to me that the parameters of the problem are clear, that we do know the way to ending the plague of sickle cell disease. It is a question of just getting it done rather than seeking answers as we are doing. We're seeking answers with the coronavirus, and the answers, the questions change, the answers change all the time. But with sickle cell, do I see that we are on the road to eliminating it? If it needs our attention, but not new discoveries.
And great question, Dr. Marian. Sickle cell is well over 100 years known about as a medical condition. And the issues that make it such a challenge are the disparities, are the factor of race, although sickle cell affects white people and other ethnic groups, but the vast majority are people of color. So you are right in what you say. And I think one of the reasons we called our report "No One's Listening" is that the politicians and the organizations of state have not listened and have not taken the action that you rightly describe. We know what the issues are. Let's address them, but they have been ignored or not prioritized. But you're right. If action is taken alongside new modalities of treatment, then the combination of those things, that Dr. Mann, will inevitably help and reduce the health inequalities, the burden of the illness, and allow people to realize their potential and have better outcomes of care.
I like to see a light at the end of the tunnel, and I think in this case we may have one.
I agree. We're both on the same on the same ship on that one, Dr. Moran. Very good.
Fools, I hope not.
Lynn, I know you joined us later. Did you have any questions for Dr. Moran or Dr. James?
Thank you. I am just listening and learning. Thank you, Toby.
Joining us.
Very happy to be here.
I think we're all on the same page, idea-wise, ideologically as well as physiologically speaking. And our frustration is very deep that indeed our government heed the commitments that we have managed to squeeze out of them. And then they find a way to respect their own agreement on action. This was something we deal with every day. And in the case of the United Nations Association, we do a lot with our legislators to remind them of their commitments and to help shine a light on the way to accomplishing them, the end result being the improved life, spirit, health, and well-being of every human being on the planet. And I think we forget that all too often. We're talking about countries and houses and institutions, and that every child who's born in Ethiopia now is entitled to the same well-being as every child born in California.
You're so right, and this is a rhetorical question, so I'm not at all seeking an answer because it's very much a rhetorical question. But I think today's event highlights the global consistency of those disparities for this condition and for the people that it affects. And the rhetorical question is, can sickle be a case study for the United Nations to shine that light and say, look, this is what you're signed up to, but look, this is clearly not working. What is that? I don't know. So that's the rhetorical question. I don't know, because I think a really good example of saying to the parties that form the United Nations, we've signed up to this. This is a global condition, but look at the disparities. So my question is, could this be a case study for the United Nations?
I cannot offer you anything but a rhetorical answer to your rhetorical question.
That's fine. That's fine.
You live with it every day. I live with it every day, that we are not accomplishing what we know we can accomplish, much less the things that we are ignorant of, such as how to regain some kind of control of the air that we breathe every day. We're floundering, and you and I know answers. They know their answers. I don't understand why there is not more direct action.
I wonder if it's a matter of there being a disconnect between folks who might sit in those higher positions, those who suffer from these, especially from health disparities, as we've been talking about. I wonder, I think for me, I work a lot in participatory design and change. And so I wonder what it looks like to be able to invite those who are utilizing their voices, such as you all, who work in this on the daily, to be able to inform the decision making that's happening on that legislative level, and understanding, these solutions have already been identified, or pathways to solutions. And so I wonder what it looks like for, them to be able to invitation to those who are working on the ground in these different ways and in these different issues, and actually giving power back to communities to make those decisions that vastly change the way that we are able to address health disparities.
Here, here. Here, here. The frustration is knowing what answers are, knowing the answers are there, and knowing that the people who could put them into place also know the answers. And I'll be blowed if I can understand how they can blind eye to the steps that need to be taken for their survival as well as all of ours.
I absolutely agree with both those sentiments. One of the things that we have used is the fact that in the UK and other parts of more richer nations, there are avoidable deaths of people who live with sickle cell when they shouldn't be dying. And I guess to Toby's point, that last point I made in my slide was that we do need to speak collectively to legislators, policymakers, and that group of people. So we do need to speak with one voice, and we need real leadership to enable and push for what we know needs to happen, because everybody knows what needs to happen, but it's like you have to push them over the line. So so I agree, but I say speaking with one voice, having leadership at the issue. It's like a dog with a bone. We mustn't let it go. When we let it go, it goes back to somewhere where nobody's paying much interest to it?
We have actually medically advanced to end, we have said at the UN, polio, for example. And now we are finding an occasional throwback to that. We are seeing that if we don't pay attention, and by that we do mean the financial resources of any community, of any country, and we must help the United Nations to help us to see that as well. I feel as though we need an electric blower to go in there and blow the cobweb away out of the minds of people who have the facts before them and do not act in accordance. It's not rational.
I have a question actually. That's, we at the ministry celebrate the International Day of Peace. And I noticed the United Nations for the International Day, they would choose a theme every year. And this year it was End Racism, Build Peace. So the topic was specifically on racism. And the year before it was recovering from pandemic in an equitable way. The year before it was shaping peace together. And then the year before, 2019, was climate action. So I'm wondering, is there like a theme that a World Health Organization or or United Nations to say, this is a year we are all talking about sickle cell, or this is a year talking about polio, or this is a year we're talking about AIDS. Is there like a concerted effort to say this is the year of this disease, to bring
I think, sorry, it's John. I hope I didn't interrupt you, Dr. Moran, if you wanted to go first.
No, go ahead, please.
Okay. I think that's a great question, Mona, and I think, going back to Toby's point earlier, we also have to look at the opportunities where we can leverage conversations, debate, and change. And Mona comes up with a very great idea, because actually the UK, I can only speak for the UK because there is conversation going on with the policymakers, with the politicians about the need for change. And clearly from some of the speakers, what's the funding that's being put in, 55 billion in California or wherever it was in the United States, is a good move. So actually there is more voice about sickle, and if we can put that voice, Mona, into those opportunities, such as the examples that you give, then it would be a good thing to keep the conversation going.
Yes.
Yeah, because when we have a theme and the whole world is collected around that theme, it's the power. That's a one voice. Then you can have medical people talking, you have legislative, you have the patients who are talking, right? People who have the illness, and all the community-based organizations supporting it, and all the young students too. When we talk about racism, we had 8 students, ages 9 to 16, talking about ending racism and how they can end racism in school, in their home, in school, and in the community. So you can imagine people, even the 9-year-old, 10-year-old were like, okay, this is sickle cell. They can do research and can talk about it. They can energize around it. So maybe I'm just thinking, why don't we have a theme, a global, they talk about it for that year,
Great
the voice
idea.
of people indeed. Yes.
Yeah, because frankly, I didn't know much about sickle cell really until this symposium today. Not in the depth of the scientific and also the elected and also disparity. I was really appalled to see sickle cell versus cystic fibrosis. That was great. It was like, whoa, yeah. So a lot of this is education and alerting people. Yeah. Because you won't have a movement until you alert people awareness. Yeah.
I agree. We have the wherewithal. We are lacking sufficient political will to make sense. So much of the discourse around the globe now is spent on waste of time, issues that we can resolve, except for the pride and ego of those who are taking the time, wasting our time, talking about things that we don't need to be talking about. We have answers, let's proceed to implement them. And if anybody has a pill that will,
So Rita, you had worked with United Nations before. What will it take for them to do something like that they did for United Nations Day of Peace?
It takes such an enormous amount of political will by the nations that have the biggest clout. There's no question. We're not going to get answers from the countries that are most suffering, in this case, from sickle cell.
So we have to get our legislators across all different states. California, I'm glad to hear that California under Congresswoman Barbara Lee.
Yes, thank goodness for Barbara Lee.
So we have to move other senators and other Congress in other state, at the Senate in.
So, Sharice, do you want us to put our questions to you in the chat, or can we just ask the doctor? Because there's only 6 of us here.
You could just put it in the chat to me, and I'll make sure.
All right. Well, you know what my first question was. So, do you want to just ask that one?
Sure. So from Melinda, we used to call it sickle cell anemia. Is that no longer the appropriate name? Why did it change?
Well, so I'm giving you the answer that I think is the right one. I don't know why it changed, but the disease is more than just anemia, right? So as we've heard today, it affects the entire vasculature. Anemia is just one aspect wherein the red blood cells burst. And so I think that word doesn't fully capture all aspects of this disorder. I don't know, does that answer your question? I'm not sure when it changed or why, but I would assume that the reason is because it just doesn't cover everything.
Does anybody else have any other questions?
Could we do introductions?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, I'll start. My name's Melinda. I live in Berkeley, California. I'm the president of the UNA East Bay chapter, which is hosting this event. And Lenora serves on the board with me, and I think you've all met her. And thanks to Sharice and for Dr. Dasama for helping out on this program. Really appreciate it. Karina, you want to go next?
Okay, I was just typing a question in, but okay, I'll do it. Let's see. Hi, I'm Karina Templis. I'm also with UNA East Bay. I'm on the board. And I've been kind of somewhat peripherally helping Lenora with this event. Thank you. Igor?
Do I need to introduce myself again?
Well, what I was gonna do was I was gonna give like an overview of what you talked about. And I believe in your presentation, you were talking about how sickle cell was global and the impact around the world. So now it's your time to kind of expand on that a little bit. And then after you expand, then we can come in with more questions if needed. Would that be okay?
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know what else to say other than there are many more people around the world. I think when people hear about sickle cell disease, they know that it affects Black and brown people, and they think that it's largely just in Africa and maybe African Americans here. I think many don't realize that there are other parts of the world with high populations of sickle cell disease patients. And so I like to highlight India, for example. But this is also present in the Middle East, in the Mediterranean. And so it's not just limited to sub-Saharan Africa. And I think that's something that traditionally perhaps has affected resources available to sickle cell patients, resources for, sickle cell research, because people think that it's really just limited to Africa, and that's not true. And so I think if, as one of the speakers said toward the end, it would be great to combine all of our voices in advocacy for sickle cell disease, in terms of increasing support for patients, for patient services, for research. Those are all things that I think would be really good if we could draw in, if we could establish partnerships around the world with stakeholders there, because it's not just limited, again, to sub-Saharan Africa.
Okay. Another question. How are the stakeholders impacted by this?
Well, I mean, if a significant population around the globe suffers from a disorder that is so debilitating, you can imagine it affects the economy, it affects so many other aspects of life, right? And the thing about sickle cell disease is that, yes, we focus on the patients and the warriors, but there's so many caregivers that themselves are impacted. And you can imagine then, as the population of affected patients grow, it can take a significant toll on the economy, on other aspects of community life, not only because those patients are not participating fully, but their caregivers are also not participating fully when patients, are hospitalized. And so I think people don't perhaps realize that the impact goes beyond just one person. And so that's something we could use to try and get people who might not think that it affects them interested in this, because it affects the community and the ability of the community to thrive when you have so many people that can participate.
That's very interesting. Does anybody else have any other questions?
I threw a question in there in the chat, Sharif.
Is the messenger RNA turned off to reverse the silencing of fetal hemoglobin?
Yeah, so it is at the transcriptional level. Essentially what happens is you have this protein that binds to a certain region that is responsible for turning on the transcript for fetal hemoglobin. And so if you can remove that protein from there, then you can have transcription of that gene. So the mRNA is now expressed, and you can see the translation into the protein. So a lot of the work we're doing are focused on how do we get rid of this protein in a way that will then prevent it from silencing at the transcriptional level. Yeah, follow up if that's okay with you.
Are you using CRISPR?
No, we're not using CRISPR. Our goal is to do this without any, genetic intervention. Our goal is to do this in a way that is tunable, that is reversible. And so we're just applying molecules that will have an impact for some period of time, and you can dial it in, you can dial it off. It's not an irreversible change like CRISPR would be. It's entirely different. It's just like if you were to take a drug to inhibit this protein, except we're not inhibiting it, we're destroying it, we're deleting it. But then over time, as we remove the drug, its levels can come back and you can see the same effect. So it's something that, unlike CRISPR or other gene editing approaches, wherein you can go back and fix it if something goes wrong, you can, I would say you can dial it in, you can dose it in. In this case, it's really going to be like taking a drug. It's very temporal, it's very reversible. And we're hoping that some of the strategies we're developing for getting this to work in animals and eventually in patients are things that if you do want to do, the permanent gene editing, you still can do as well. So it's going to be beneficial, not only for our own therapeutic we're developing, but for other existing therapeutics. And essentially what we're trying to do is get rid of the whole bone marrow transplant aspect of it. but we're years away from that. So
Okay, that's such good insight. I would like to take a minute for the last two members to introduce themselves, Igor and Chinere. So can you guys take a minute to introduce yourselves? I'm sorry that we missed the opportunity, so please proceed.
No worries. Hi, this is Igor, and I am on the UNA East Bay Advisory Board, working with Melinda. And thank you so much for the really educational presentation and topic.
thank you.
Hi everyone, sorry I have a noisy background. I'm Chinyere and I'm listening in as a guest member from the Medical Women Association of Nigeria. Thank you.
Karina, please answer.
I don't want to monopolize, but if nobody else have any other questions, like, okay, thank you. In the past, people were taking the newborn cord blood to get the stem cells and then saving it to use it on the siblings who have sickle cell. Is that still being used?
So yeah, to some extent you can still do that, but it still requires like a bone marrow transplant, right?
Oh.
So, and given that this is cells, not your own hematopoietic stem cells, you run the risk of, host versus graft disease. That can be an issue. So with patients now, what they're doing is actually taking their own stem cells, fixing it in a lab somewhere, and then putting it back in them. Wow. So yeah, you can still save some of that, but you can still bank that and use it. But again, there are issues with, host versus graft disease that people are concerned about.
Even with siblings, huh?
Even with siblings, yeah.
And then people who are enrolling in your trial, I guess they're provided for throughout the whole process, so that it doesn't come out of their own pocket. And
so I really don't know. I would hope so, and I think it depends on the sort of coverage, insurance coverage they have. But I would hope so, because it's really a long-term thing, right? So I talked about one of the trials that takes 2 years from when the cells are mobilized to when they're transplanted. But again, these trials are being offered to some of the sickest patients. And so it's really a limited number of people that have access to it. And I would hope that, the people running the trials are prepared to care for those patients long-term, right? But I don't know for sure.
yeah, because I was thinking about it in terms of the health disparity too, and who has access.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
Given that it's also experimental now, I don't think the cost is such a big issue, but you can imagine as it becomes more widespread, right? Even some of the other newer drugs that are available, you still need to get approval from your insurance before you can receive those kinds of therapies, even though they're life-saving, right? So, and again, your insurance can deny that life-saving care, right? Because that's the reality of our healthcare situation here. So I would hope that things get better as these therapies become more widespread, but at this point, I don't know.
Yeah, so they have to work on Medicare care to make sure that people without insurance can receive the benefits too.
Exactly. And I think advocacy will help with that. Talk to Congress. We need better healthcare. I mean, we have something better than what we had before, but it can get better, right?
That was actually the perfect segue to the next question. What role is the World Health Organization playing in combating sickle cell disease?
Well, given that I would say that my expertise is largely on the research part and not so much on the advocacy, at least in terms of what the world, what the rest of the world and those, governing bodies are doing, I can't speak for them. I don't know exactly what WHO is doing. I would imagine it's a lot of education at this point. I am just speaking from my own experience growing up in West Africa, wherein there was just a lot of education about what to do, what not to do, how to, when to go to the hospital, how to treat crises, and not so much more in terms of advancing new therapies and new cures. And so I don't know how that has changed in the decades since I've left Liberia, but yeah, if anyone else has an idea and can speak on that, that would be great, but that's not really my area of expertise.
We definitely appreciate your insight. Gonna check and see if we have some more questions. Does anybody else have any more questions for Laura? Really, thank you so much for sharing your knowledge and expertise on this matter. We really appreciate your insight, Laura.
No, thank you. Thank you for having me here. I wish I knew more about what everyone else is doing, but unfortunately, I've just been focused on the research aspect and in thinking about what kind of therapies patients are interested in and ones that they're likely to find more useful. And so, yeah, that's what we're trying to work on.
Can you share with us a little bit about those patient therapies, if you don't mind me asking?
Yeah, so I would say, in the US, there's a lot of excitement about these, gene correction, gene editing, because it has the potential to really cure the disease. But if you may or may not be aware that maybe a couple months ago, there was a story of 2 patients on a very long-term trial who developed blood cancer after undergoing gene therapy for sickle cell disease. And it was ruled out, the direct involvement of the gene therapy was ruled out in those cancers. But many experts believe that this whole idea of depleting the bone marrow before transplantation is something that can cause cancer later, right? And that led to a lot of disappointment around the world, or at least in my communities in Liberia, where people were excited about the potential of these kinds of therapies making it around the globe. But then people began to wonder, if I undergo this correction for sickle cell disease, do I then shorten my lifespan from what would have been, I don't know, another 30, 40 years down to, 10 years because I developed blood cancer, right? And so I think people are a little hesitant for that kind of therapy that may be final. And people also worry about the fact that, the gene editing tools today are not so precise, right? There are off-target effects. And so you worry that you can go in to fix one thing, but then edit somewhere else in the genome, and then have to deal with the consequences later, but editing is final, right? So there's, I would say, a desire for therapies, for drugs that can be reversed, right? So if you're on a drug for 6 months and you realize that it's not working as well, then you can stop taking it and it's okay. You go back to where you were, right? As opposed to having to deal with this for the rest of your life. And so I think that's been the key motivation for all of the work we're doing in my group, where we're trying to find things that will be effective and accessible, but things that people actually want, right? Things that patients will feel comfortable taking, because that's the other thing. You can develop the greatest therapy, but if no one uses it, yeah.
How do you convince your patients to go into that therapy?
So I'm not an MD. I don't see patients.
Oh, okay.
I run a research lab. So I talk to people. This is something I do in our immigrant communities. This is something I do with people who are still in Liberia. I think having an open dialogue, and I think part of the reason I've been able to get those conversations going is because the trust that as a patient, I know what they're going through, right? I too suffer from the disease. But I'm also a scientist and I'm also a researcher. And so I see both sides of this thing, and I can try to educate as much as possible. And they feel comfortable asking me the questions that they wouldn't want to ask their physicians for fear of, sounding dumb or whatever, right? And so I think those conversations are the kinds that we really should be thinking of, and the community engagement is really critical when we're trying to think of new therapies and new ways to tackle sickle cell disease, because doing it in isolation, we can come up with the best science, but like I said, if it's not something that a community finds valuable, then what's the use, right? So I think lots of discussion, and it takes time to build trust. It takes time to have those discussions, but they're critical.
Wow. That's really great that you actually take the time to really get to know your patients. And I mean, like talking to people who have experienced the same condition that you have, which leads to the next question. Can you talk a little bit more about your personal experience, how having this disease impacts your daily life?
Well, it's my approach is that this is a war. It's not a battle. And so I try my best to protect myself in terms of doing things that I know, or at least avoiding things that I know will spur a crisis. So I would say my most difficult challenge is stress. I am an assistant professor. Our life is dictated by stress all the time. But I know that if I stress out a lot, I'll end up in the hospital for crisis. And then I really cannot do anything at that point, right? So trying to protect myself. And I don't know, it's a day to day. I just try to keep on top of everything. And I know myself really well. I know that, if it gets really cold, I'm not going to do well. And so I just have to keep myself from getting to the point where crisis is going to come on. And I know if I go to higher elevations, it's going to be pretty bad. So no Lake Tahoe for me. Those kinds of things. And it would be great if I didn't have to think about those things every day. But unfortunately, it is what it is. And I think I'm old enough and I've learned enough how to manage my own condition that I've done a pretty good job at doing that. And as I also said during the talk, I produce a little bit more fetal hemoglobin than most people. And that has also offered protection against many symptoms, but still I'm not immune. So I will have crisis if I push myself too much.
What stage are you in your trial?
We're doing research in the lab. We're not in a trial just yet. No.
Okay.
I hope we'll get there soon, but we're still testing in test tubes and in animals.
Okay. So what stage are you in the lab with the process?
Well, we have things we've developed that can increase fetal hemoglobin levels. And like I said, we can dial it in, dial it out, and it's completely reversible, and it's very temporal. So that's good. We have molecules, which is the starting point. Now we need to see how those behave in animals. And we're still testing out different ways of delivering it that would negate, the bone marrow transplant. So that's something we're working on. Like if we were interested in doing what is done with transplants, we have something that works now, but we don't want to do the bone marrow transplant. We want to be able to infuse it and have it go to the bone marrow and essentially target this protein and induce, fetal hemoglobin. So.
That's good that you're still like in the testing phases and trying to figure things out. I really hope that you guys can get to your solution soon.
I hope so too.
Does anybody else have any other questions?
How much more time do we have in the breakout room?
Let me check the schedule. So breakout room. I think it might be about 5 more minutes. So if anybody has any more wrap-up questions, please fire away. Oh, there's another question. So how different is sickle cell from hydropoxuria?
So I think the question is how different is what we're developing from hydroxyurea, because hydroxyurea is a drug that is also working to increase fetal hemoglobin levels. So I would say very different. Hydroxyurea, if you think of it, it's something that works in some patients. There are patients that are not responsive to it, and we don't know why. And I think part of the reason for that is that we don't know how it really works, right? And so we have a drug that gives rise to some phenotype. So in some patients, you're going to see higher levels of fetal hemoglobin, but we don't really understand the molecular details of that. We don't know what it's targeting. And in high doses, it can be toxic. And there are huge issues with compliance around that. It has potential for, very severe birth defects. And so there's a lot of compliance issues with that patients have been reluctant to take that drug. What we're developing is quite effective because we know exactly how it works. Is going after one thing in a cell, and that thing has been validated in all of these gene editing trials that are ongoing. And we know what the effect is going to be. We know what the potential side effects are. And so given our desire to create more effective therapies, the fact that we know exactly how this works, and we know that if it works the way it's supposed to, it's going to increase those fetal hemoglobin levels, we think is going to be far superior to hydroxyurea.
Wow. Thank you.
I mean, it's done a great job because it was the first approved therapy for patients. So I'm not here, but it was acquired in a screening effort, large screening effort. You don't know how something works. You just see an effect, and you say, "Great!" And now we're going to give this to patients, but then not everyone responds to it, and so we don't know why, and we can't fix that because we don't know how it works.
Okay, go ahead, Karina.
When you feel like you perfected your drug, is there a particular age group you would like to target first? Like it more effective in children versus maybe adult, or?
It shouldn't matter. So I imagine it would be similar to the clinical trials where it started with adults and then moved to adolescents. But it shouldn't really matter because, like I said, its effect is reversible. So if you're concerned about developmental issues, you can just go off the drug for a while and reverse the effects.
So in light of that, I have a question. So when you talk to patients, are they in a specific age range, or is it just a little bit of each class?
I've talked to adults mostly, and parents of adolescents and kids with sickle cell disease. And these are really informal conversations I've had with people, just in terms of helping me think about what sort of therapy would be really useful, or they think would be really useful and that they're likely to take.
Cool. Do you guys have any more final thoughts? The session's going to end in about 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dasama, for all of your great information, sharing it with us. And thank you, Sharice, for moderating. Really appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you for helping me out as well, Melinda.
Yeah,
Thank you guys for inviting me and for asking really good questions. Next time I come prepared with, more information about WHO and others. But sorry, not today.
It'd be great to hear when you are ready for clinical trial.
I would love to get there, and yeah,
Yeah,
that's the dream.
Yeah, we could tell Lenora, and then she could tell some of us when you're, ready for it.
Yeah, I hope so.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you for the discussion.
Of course.
And thank you for moderating, Sharice.
You're welcome. I'm glad to be you guys' moderator. Thank you. Bye.
And people of Africa. Oh, I was wondering if you all I don't know, because I know you all are not a homogenous people and you all are working in different networks and stuff. But I wonder if you all have worked with different HBCUs, since they're predominantly people who are coming from the African diaspora. And if there's a history of people working together to build resolution and cures and stuff.
Yeah, that's a great question, a great point. I think that cooperativity is extremely important. Over the, and what you point out, that is different communities and it's people of historically African heritage, whether you're born here or you're born in Nigeria, doesn't matter, or India, because that's the other part. India has a very substantial sickle cell population, as you saw. But one of the challenges has been bringing these various various groups of people under organizational structures to work together. The program, and I've forgotten which of the speakers actually showed the, I think it was Celeste and Kristen, that the program that they work on, which is funded by the Southern California Sickle Cell Disease Association. That is I would say almost a model program, because they have really begun to network and bring all of those different groups together. And there is a national organization, a National Sickle Cell Disease Association, but that really is continuing to work to bring the groups together. And at a higher, not a higher level, but a different level, globally, what are we doing globally? I'm involved in putting together a worldwide sickle cell disease coalition. We had our initial meeting back in June, where people from all over the world came together, and just fast forward, we had a lot of work in between, but we are now in next week. We are having a face-to-face meeting, which will involve various stakeholders from around the world. Very importantly, the World Health Organization, the World Bank, and many other global organizations, because it is a global condition. And this coalition is focusing in particular in people in low and middle resource countries, because even though sickle cell disease here in the UK, as John James mentioned, there are real challenges. The greatest number of people and the people with the greatest degree of need, quite frankly, are in these countries. And so this organization, which is now coming together, and I think really has great legs. We've got support from the Clinton Health Initiative, from the Gates Foundation, and from Pharma, the company that I'm now working for, Pfizer and others. But the idea is that we have to work together. So very much to your point, these different communities, different stakeholders in different places coming together, and very importantly, having the patient voice. You can't do anything without listening to patients and understanding the needs and what's important for patients.
Thank you. Yeah, and also thank you for like, I think it's easy being an American, it's easy to really focus on the challenges and not see outside of myself living here. And so thank you for like broadening that as well. I have one more question, if that's okay. Is that okay, Christina, do you think?
I haven't received anything in the chat and I don't see any hands up, so I think the floor is yours.
Okay. I quite frankly have been feeling like really like this entire thing has been really informative and also really overwhelming. And I'm wondering like if there's, let's see, since you have experience with sickle cell anemia, what is the place that you would recommend us like giving our money to or giving support to that could like have the most reach and have the most impact? Yeah.
Right. Well, you come up with some tough questions.
Thank you.
It's a very important question. I think that the greatest immediate reach would be support for community-based organizations. That is, the community-based organizations such as the one Mary Brown's organization that we saw earlier, or for other organizations within the country. I think there's a great need, if we break it up, patient care, and then we have research, and then we have the patients themselves. So we have patient care, doctors, research over here, in the middle of the patients. Probably the least amount of support is going to the patients in the middle, and to the extent that we can support that. One of the things that Dr. Love pointed out was we were able to get onto the floor of the Congress a bill to fund sickle cell treatment centers. Now these are patient focused. That is, where patients are the center, and the whole idea is support for patients. But that doesn't exist. That will come about at some point. But in the meantime, I do believe that in terms of having the greatest impact, support for community-based organizations is very vital.
Thank you for that.
Absolutely.
I have a question. I'd like to kind of drill down to the patient. I keep hearing over and over from the various speakers is that when people arrive at the ERs and they're in need of treatment, that their treatment is suspect. I'm wondering what we can do to advocate for those patients so that they're getting the best of care.
Thank you for that question. I think that that's one of the most important aspects, because for a whole variety of reasons, including the fact that I think that John James brought up, and we've heard from other warriors in the United States, that going to the emergency room for care is their last option. That's the last option before they die. It's either going to the emergency room or death. So, and it is so important that people have that feeling that they can get adequate care. So thank you for that question. In terms of addressing this is a vital issue, and I don't have a simple solution. I wish I did. I don't have a simple solution. Education, and that is education of the people in the emergency room, is the most important factor. And we have places, we have hospitals, medical centers, where there are members of the emergency room staff who take on the position of champions for sickle cell disease. And in those places, it's very different. And so I think that that is one of the areas where we can make a very large difference. The other, which is a different approach, because the question is when a person has acute issues, often it's pain, it can be something else. Where can they go? Well, the emergency room is one place. That's a really tough nut to crack. The other approach, and this is one that when I was running the program in Boston, we set up, which is a what we call a day hospital or a facility that sees only sickle cell patients, and patients can come in, to that facility and be seen by physicians and nurses and other healthcare providers who know them and who not only know them, trust them, and we are able to then build that bridge of trust. I think that for the ability to bring about a change, the day hospital is probably best. And then if you have to go to the emergency room, trying to build a champion in the emergency room who will support. Now, how do you build that champion? Now, that's a tough one. I don't have a good answer for that one because well, I don't know that there is a good answer, unfortunately. But that's a solution. I'm not sure the way you get there.
Thank you. And is the day hospital synonymous with urgent care?
No, it's different than urgent care. Yeah, thank you for pointing that out. So urgent care takes all kinds of issues that come up. What the day hospital is, and I'll just describe you the one that we had in Boston at the hospital that I was at. We in the hospital, as you know, we had a large cancer center. The cancer center has lots of beds. They have places where people receive very powerful treatments, etc. The staff there is used to opioids and all such things. Well, we secured access to about 5 to 10 beds. Now that for the population that we were dealing with, we were able then to have patients come not to the emergency room, but to the cancer center, but to a specific area. They would call us ahead of time, myself or another member of the staff, the nurse practitioner, tell them they're coming. We then let the staff know at the emergency, at the hospital, so that when they came, we were ready to go. We got their medications going, and in less than 20 minutes, sometimes 5 or 10 minutes. And what that does, that contrasts with the emergency room, where, as you know, there are people who wait for 6-8 hours with sickle cell disease, writhing in the hospital in the corridors. So it's not urgent care. It's not one of the urgent care facilities, but it is a facility as part of the medical center. And what we found, and others have done this as well, is that the cancer centers work well because, one, cancer centers have money, quite frankly, and they do have the staff and the resources. You work with that staff, you work with those resources to create a cadre of people who know and who become very sympathetic, who quickly become champions, for these patients.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Sorry, looks like Sophia has a question. Please feel free to unmute and ask. Sophia? You are still muted. Oh, okay.
I'm midwife. Hello, congratulations for this conference. I want to speak about midwifery and pregnant women with these diseases and how providing and care with pregnant women with on different situations.
Were you able to understand question?
I think it was a question about
Pregnant
pregnancy
women.
midwife.
Yes, and midwifery.
Yeah, and midwifery. Yeah,
With emergency cases and normal cases.
with emergency and normal cases. People with sickle cell disease. So I think what we're referring to are warriors who have sickle cell disease, women who have sickle cell disease, but who are also pregnant and are looking to deliver. And there could be emergency things that arise, or of course the normal course of pregnancy. It is a challenge. One of the highest areas of risk for women with sickle cell disease is pregnancy. And one of the things that one tries to do is to try and follow very carefully to make sure that you can do as much prevention as possible, because you don't want, once you get behind the wheel, I mean behind the curve, if you will, it's very hard to catch up. Prevention, getting regular visits, all those sorts of things, it becomes very, very important. Well, if you then have a situation where an urgent problem comes up in an individual who's pregnant with sickle cell disease, then you have to get, probably most importantly, getting the specialist, the hematology specialist involved. What can, depending on, there are many causes for emergency, but what can be done in some cases is to do the exchange transfusion. And Dr. John James mentioned the exchange transfusion. And that's one situation. Essentially with exchange transfusion, you hook the person up to a machine, it takes off the sickle blood and gives them back normal blood as an exchange. That's what's called exchange. It's not, it doesn't last forever, but in an emergency or an acute situation, it can be very important. But the most important aspect is knowing and getting regular and preventive care for women with sickle cell disease who are pregnant.
Treatment will be with cesarean or normal birth?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand that. Sorry, could you repeat that?
Delivery of baby will be with cesarean or normal?
Oh, thank you. Okay, delivery of baby cesarean or vaginal delivery. A vaginal delivery works fine, and it's a matter of if you can keep the individual stable and keep them moving to the end of pregnancy. In fact, a vaginal delivery is preferable, to a cesarean, but sometimes you have no choice.
Thank you.
Yes.
Looks like we are nearing the end of the session, but it looks like we have one more question from Lenora. Please ask away.
So I have a concern for emancipated youth who come out without health care, who have sickle cell, but how do they get access to some of these clinics, some of these nonprofits, and where are the funds to support them through their medical journey while they're warriors with this disease but without access to medical care?
Yeah, thanks, Lenore. That's a central question in this whole situation. The ability to have medical care support, either third party or some other support, is really very vital. And often the emancipated youth who are in this situation have other issues that are going on, other social issues and other aspects that are going on. So it's very often part of a larger and more complex circumstance. The importance there is really having the kind of social worker support that we heard from Celeste and Christina earlier. It's really important to have those individuals who can go and begin to advocate, help these individuals advocate for themselves with the various governmental agencies that can provide health. In California, we of course have Medi-Cal as a support platform, but there are other things that can be investigated as well. So I would say that in that circumstance, the social worker, social networking support along that line is absolutely vital to address a question, which is it's a terrible issue to have, in our society.
Thank you. I appreciate your response.
You're welcome.
I just have one more question. Someone brought up earlier in the program, speaking with one voice. And I know that years ago, there was a lot of information put out about sickle cell anemia. And I'm wondering how do we advocate for that? How do we come together as a group and really promote what resources are out there, what are available to parents, what are available to emancipated youth, what are just available to families? Can you just speak to that quickly, please?
Yeah, just very quickly, I would say the best, and a very, very vital question, and probably the best approach to that is the national organization, the Sickle Cell Disease Association of America, which is the umbrella organization, which includes many local organizations, but it is an umbrella national organization, which has certainly access to many of the resources. They have a panel of medical experts who give information as well. So I would say SCDAA is probably the way to go in that situation.
Okay, I just wanted to announce before someone asks another question that we've been given the 5-minute warning. So let's try to, fit in as much as we can in the last few minutes. Kiama?
Hi, thank you. I just let me put my okay, there we go. I just had a quick comment. Just what you were saying about the sickle cell ward that was specific and interpersonal being like the most effective thing that you've seen and that's been created. I recently was in just a DEI training for a job start that I was doing. And they were talking about how the quickest way to sort of undo discrimination is to have it be interpersonal, to know someone who is experiencing that thing, and then it stops being this sort of distance and filled with stigma. And so I just thought that was really cool. And
thanks for that observation. I think that is absolutely true. And it's interesting when you start to talk with people who have the connection, who have the personal connection, all this stuff goes away. It's not magic, but it is what happens when you make that personal connection between human beings, because you become not a statistic anymore. None of us is a statistic. You become something which has not only a voice, but a face, and you have a history, and you have a personality. And this is, I agree with you that is absolutely vital in terms of turning this game around.
Still a few minutes left if anyone wants to ask another question. Lenora?
I think my last question would be, I would like at some point after this session that if we could ask you to provide us with the information on this global group that you are forming so that we can help become one voice with you, and ways to act and behave that support the effort as one voice.
Absolutely, I can provide that, and would welcome your support. Thank you very much.
Christina, do you want to summarize this for us? You will summarize it in a minute. Yes.
Summarize it in the smaller meeting or the larger?
No, in the larger.
Oh goodness. There were so many questions asked. Could I just go over? I'm wondering if it might make more sense if for Ken to summarize some of the questions that he asked, just because I know that he, not to like throw the responsibility on you, but
no, I mean, it's up to you. I'd be happy to just
okay,
give
thank you.
Give a few words, sure.
Thank you. And I'm not sure exactly how should if we just leave the room and go back to Maine?
Yes, we can leave the room and go back to Maine because it's going to be closing out in 1 minute anyway.
Okay, well, I'll see you all in Maine.
So those are areas of
Thank you very much for sharing your story. That was really very interesting. And what you had to say, one of the things that you had to say interested me a lot, and I kind of want to talk about it a little bit more. So you said that sickle cell disease was actually one of the first diseases to be founded, but it still has one of the less amounts of funding towards it. So could you talk about why do you think that is, or is there any speculation as to why that's the case?
Okay, there's this notion or narrative that because sickle cell disorder is common among people with colors, especially the larger population where you have sickle cell disorder is in Africa and sub-Saharan Africa, just like malaria. Malaria has been in existence very long ago, but malaria is still a problem with developing countries. Some developed countries have been able to eradicate it completely as far back as 1950s. In fact, CDC emanated from the organization that was created to manage and eliminate malaria in US. And after eliminating malaria in US, they now converted the organization to CDC. It was initially called MCW, a military camp, something like that. So when it has finished eliminating malaria, they now converted to CDC. But malaria is still a burden in Africa. And that's the same way you look at sickle cell. There is this theory also, hypothesis that malaria endemic countries, that is where sickle cell emanated from, based on the fact that the protection of the malaria parasite to the gene, there is an hypothesis regarding that. And so the reason why sickle cell disorder started coming to developed countries is why migrants started moving in to developed countries. And then carriers started marrying, interracial marrying, whereby a carrier marries somebody that is from developed country that is not a carrier, and then you start bringing it to developed countries, and that's how they believe that they had it. Now, because it's as if the people that control the resources globally are people from developed countries where sickle cell disorder is not a problem to them. Maybe when one of them have a child, possibly have a child with sickle cell disorder, or a family member with sickle cell disorder, and they see how it deals with people. You know, you may not be committed to something until you experience it, or until you know somebody that experienced it. And you see the way the diseases torture somebody's life. And you have resources, then you commit resources to it because you've seen how it deals with people. As some people cannot go to school, not because their parents can't afford it for them, but because they have sickle cell disorder. And then there is this myth that spiritual, religious people are giving them a wrong impression that it's a demonic attack. Why are you? Because the child is going to die very soon because of that myth that people with sickle cell disorder don't get to live long. There is no need to sponsor you for education. And so I've met people 30, 35 years, the only education they had was secondary education. But the parents are financially able to afford. And our siblings started going to universities, finished from university, but she stopped with secondary because a religious cleric told them that it was a waste of money, committing money to resources to our education. So that is how it can affect our lives. And then you are depriving somebody from education, and we all know the importance of education. So in the part of the world where there is a need for it, that is where the less resources and studies are. Now, when we come to see that, oh, even people that are of color, Caucasians, whites, I've seen people who are white Caucasians based on my global advocacy in sickle cell. They also have sickle cell disorder, sickle cell anemia. And so when they are seeing that, oh, these people also have it, then they're now seeing the need to commit resources. Idiosyria was developed in 1980s, and it was like the intention was not for sickle cell. So it was like a mistake of what was not designed for it now brought about idiosyria. But it was not for sickle cell, it was for something else. And then it was discovered that it has an effect for sickle cell. Since then, what other medication has been developed? Now we are now having new drugs. But see how commitment was made towards COVID vaccine, because it was affecting everybody in the world. At the first 10 richest in the world, nobody was spared. Everybody was affected. And you could see protocols for vaccine production were broken. And COVID-19 vaccine came into existence just barely less than a year. What we're talking about. So now that we're having interracial marriages, whereby people from developing countries get to marry people from developed countries, possibly somebody that's a carrier or somebody that has sickle cell anemia, marry somebody from a developed country, and they can have offspring with sickle cell. Then they now start contributing or allocating resources towards it. So that may bring about an improvement. But you know, the politics around the world regarding global health affects a lot of things. If you can be sincere to do unto others as we want other people to do unto us, I believe we will be able to make the necessary change. Look at you, when you are committing the resources towards a particular disease, or you are told to prioritize, and look at what if you are the one that is going to benefit from the resources. Are you going to make this decision like this? When we put ourselves as the end user of whatever decisions we are making, and look at it like that, from that perspective, maybe we'll be able to make the right decision as regard ensuring that we eliminate the disparity affecting sickle cell disorder. Thank you.
No, thank you so much for that great response. One of the quotes that you kind of said that stuck with me was that the people that control the funding come from countries where sickle cell disease is not prevalent. And I thought that was a very powerful sentence that you said, and very true sentence that you said. And just a reminder to the audience, if you have a question that you want to ask, go ahead and put that in the chat, and I'll make sure to ask those questions. But while we're waiting for those, just another question to ask you. So you spoke about how when you were younger, you at times felt shame because of some of the symptoms that came with sickle cell disease, shame from people in your community or other people that you interacted with. On the other side to that, was there any time where you felt the opposite of shame, like you felt kind of seen by either a physician, a doctor, someone that was close to you, someone saw your symptoms, someone saw what you were going through, and they responded in a way that kind of made you feel better?
Okay. I can't categorically say that I was ashamed, though I noticed there was discrimination, and I tried to hide it because my parents, maybe mistakenly, because of the issue of religion, oh, you are confessing negative when you say it. I was seeking for prayer, deliverance. To be truthful, I was going for crusades as a Christian, praying to God, fasting. And then God told me, I'm not going to heal you from sickle cell disorder, but I'm going to use it in you to glorify my name. I did not like that so I thought, okay, maybe what will happen is I'm not going to be experiencing the sickle cell crisis. And then when people asked me, I was like, oh, I have sickle cell disorder, but I don't experience the crisis or complication. But that was not what God meant, because I was having crisis frequently and complication. And so I was angry and was like, no, I'm not going to allow myself to suffer like this. And I turned my back against it. So it was recently that I started the advocacy when God brought my mind back to it. Just like Jonah refusing to go to where God sent him to go and having no choice but later on. So it's like I'm having no choice but later on to do what God had told me years back. But God was working in me what to bring glory to his name, such that many experiences I had, I suffered priapism, pica, chronic leg ulcer, a lot of things, and God brought me out through it. And I used that experience to inform and inspire people. So because I understood this as a Christian, I don't allow people to throw it at me and feel ashamed. whenever I have an opportunity to talk about my story, it inspires people. And so there was a time I was, so I will not personally say, I know I've met people that felt ashamed, they felt ashamed of the discrimination and the stigma, but personally, I can't say I did, because when I get to share my story, people are inspired. Quickly, let me just say, there was a time when I was working in Nigeria in a hospital. A man came in with his daughter. His daughter was 25 years then. She has sickle cell anemia SC, while I have SS. So she came with a pain crisis, and as she was in the pain crisis, the father came and I had to explain to him this and this and this. So he went, the lady was discharged later when she got better. Like 6 months after, the father came and he met me and said, "Doctor, do you remember?" And I said, "No, I can't remember." And he told me, narrated his experience that he came to the hospital about 6 months ago with his daughter in pain crisis, and he met me as a doctor on duty. And then I educated him that, oh, your daughter has SC, condition is milder than mine, that I am SS, and that I'm studying in a state like 4 hours drive from where I am currently. I'm doing 2 jobs, and God has kept me alive. So I was able to talk to him, and he said, "What you told me that day inspired me and gave me assurance that I was not going to carry my daughter's corpse home. I was going to leave the hospital with her alive." And so, you see, because of this orientation as a Christian, and when I talk, I don't get to feel ashamed about it. I am bold to talk about it because I know I'm inspiring people, I'm informing people, and sincerely for me, there's nothing to be ashamed of. But I've met people that have been ashamed, and I can say, really, the discrimination, the stigmatization is bad. Talk about people with sickle cell carrier, the traits that also experience the problem we experience. And I didn't even know myself. And when I spoke with some of them, they said they go to the hospital when they suffer crisis, and the doctor just give them paracetamol tablet and tell them, no, you cannot be having pain crisis. Like, I'm having this, and like, no. I've spoken with some of them in Zambia and other countries, and they go back home with that pain. I can't just imagine that myself. And so they go to a setting where they were, okay, while I was a child, a teenager, because I suffered pubertal delay, I was a bit ashamed. My younger brother was taller than me. And so when we go out to any place and they see we are supposed to go in, and then they consider that, oh, my younger brother is older than me. And I have to explain to them that, oh no, I'm older than him. Why are you then short, or why are you short statured? And I have to talk about sickle, or I have to talk. I didn't even know that probably it was due to sickle cell, but that brought some form of shame. I think that is only the aspect of shame that I experienced. It caused pubertal delay, stunted growth. So my younger brother was taller than me, and then people got to be mistaken that, oh, he is older than me, and we have to get to explain. No, I am older than him, and they didn't just believe because the evidence physically was not there. So that was an area of shame. But aside that, I don't think I was ashamed at all.
Thank you very much for speaking into that. And I'm happy to hear that there isn't any shame in you regarding the disease, and there shouldn't be. And I'm glad that you were able to kind of use your experience in life to kind of empower people and also educate people, just as you're doing today. And we thank you for that very much. Another question I wanted to ask you. So this whole evening has been about health disparities in relation to sickle cell disease. And from this evening, we've all learned that there is still work to be done. So my question to you is, what do you think are the next steps that should be taken in order to improve sickle cell disease and the experience of having sickle cell disease in the world today? For example, do you say that we start with education, or do you think it starts with the physician? Do you think it starts with policy? Yeah.
We need to educate everybody, policymakers, physicians, the public, even these community heads, religious organizations. Everybody and everyone needs to be educated, because at one point or the other, even in the place of employment, I've heard of people who were denied employment because the consideration that, oh, you have sickle cell disorder, you'll be a lazy worker. But that's not true, because if you give them the right opportunity and put them in a comfortable environment to work, they'll be able to work even better than others that don't have sickle cell disorder. So everybody needs to be educated. We need to keep informing everybody. Policymakers at the highest level, UN, WHO, wherever they are, we need to educate them. community heads, government organizations, government parastatals, even local governments, villages where you have community heads and whoever they are, we need to educate them. We need to educate the physicians as well, because the available literature does not cover so much about sickle cell because of poor research or scarcity in forms of research. So from our experience, we need to keep informing our physicians. These are the conditions. I remember I spoke to a lot of physicians about chronic fatigue syndrome, and most of them did not believe. I met, and I had to use my experience to talk. There is this consultant, hematologist that I met initially last year, and I told him about chronic fatigue syndrome. And he was like, yeah, chronic fatigue, of course, but was not listening. So he just prescribed multivitamins. So last year, December, I had the migraine-like headache that it causes. And this, whenever the headache occurs, this part artery causes superficial temporal artery becomes dilated and pulsating. So it was dilated and pulsating for 72 hours. And then I had to present in the hospital. So when I presented in the hospital, I met that hematologist again. And he confessed that, yes, I've heard about chronic fatigue syndrome before, but I am the first person with sickle cell disorder that will be presented with chronic fatigue syndrome, that he has never met anybody with chronic fatigue syndrome that has sickle cell disorder, that he has had a chronic fatigue syndrome caused by other conditions, but not sickle cell disorder. So you see that even health experts also have paucity of information. So we need to also educate them. Family members, educate them. The educational system, academic institutions, educate them. Let them know what people with sickle cell disorder can go through. At times, you could go through crises that will prevent you from coming to school, or will prevent you from doing the exam at the regular time everybody's supposed to do it. And they conduct an opportunity for you to have your exam at a later date, because it is not due to your own problem. It is because of the condition you have. And it doesn't take excuse from you. Sickle cell does not, the pain crisis or sickle cell conditions does not take excuse from you when it starts manifesting. Or it doesn't consider that you are preparing for exam. It just, a lot of people that have to write their exam in the hospital. So everybody needs to be informed. Everybody, even within the school, when they want to get into extracurricular activities, let them know, oh, there are certain form of, oh, you want to get into sports. There are certain form of sports that the person with sickle cell disorder may not be able to do. That doesn't mean he or she cannot do other forms of sport. So when people are aware about sickle cell disorder in all areas, they'll be able to know how to relate with people that have it, and able to help them to prevent exposure to the things that can trigger problems.
Thank you. That was a really great answer. I think you're right, it's really important for the people who aren't affected by sickle cell disease biologically to still be aware of how it can affect others, because people are affected with sickle cell disease all around us. So it's really important for us to know about it and be able to, when we're in the position, make accommodations for people who need them with the disease. So I guess another question I would like to pose, and again, a reminder for the audience, if you have any questions, let me know and we'll go ahead and ask them. But while we're waiting on those, another question for you could be, could you talk about your ideal future? So say we take those next steps and we are able to improve the care that we currently have now for sickle cell disease. What does that ideal future look like for you? The ideal care, I guess, for sickle cell disease or community.
Okay, the ideal future for me is where everybody sees us as normal human beings, not misfit, or not a minus, not what other words they use, a burden to the family, a burden to the community. They see us as like a normal human being who, when he's given the right opportunity, can reach their highest peak in life and achieve a lot of things without being discriminated, without being considered as a waste of resources. An ideal environment should be where everybody is given the opportunity, including with sickle cell disorder. And then you have structures in place and systems that cater for some of the problems that sickle cell disorder can cause, such that whenever somebody is likable or probably to have a condition, you can put up systems in place to prevent it. Or when it's occurring, if it cannot be prevented, you put up systems that would help them to manage it such that it does not alter their life or their work or whatever. So they can achieve the best they can achieve like every other person. And you are not debarring them from having opportunities like every other person because of sickle cell disorder.
Thank you. That was a really great answer. And I also hope that one day we are able to achieve that. earlier in our talk, you kind of talked about there not being any guidelines for pain management for sickle cell disease. So could you talk more about the current way that pain is managed and how doctors kind of treat the symptoms of pain for sickle cell disease people?
Okay. One of the problems that I've seen when they develop policies or guidelines for pain management, they don't bring somebody that has sickle cell disorder to be part of the team. How can you develop something, or how can you design something to cater for the pain of someone that is not even as part of the team? There is need for patient engagement. So when the policymakers come, they invite the physician, the nurses, everybody in the healthcare setting, social workers. Also remember to invite somebody that has sickle cell, or people that have sickle cell disorder, so that they can share how the experience is like. Sickle cell disorder is a pain that most of the time physically you do not see it. It doesn't look like pain when the person presents physically. And sickle cell disorder pain is also a pain that not only affects you physically, but also affects you mentally. It messes up the mind. So at times I've heard of someone in pain that was it killed his mom or something like that because of the pain he was having, or someone in pain started cursing his parents that you are the reason for all this problem. On a normal day, they won't do that, but because the pain messes up their mind. So when guidelines are developed, don't only look at how to tackle the pain physically, but what are the mental aspects. You need to get mental health specialists to help them deal with it. There is also the concept of art in healthcare, whereby one of the speakers mentioned it, and whereby you engage in a particular form of art to help you distract your mind. I do that. I write because I write. So when I get to write, it distracts my mind from the pain. Not that I don't feel the pain, but my mind is not on the pain. And so those are areas you can use. Apart from giving medications for pain, what other areas can we use to manage the pain? There is need for, there's also an aspect of physiotherapy. It can also help to manage the pain and many other areas. So let us go beyond the pharmacological, let us go beyond the non-pharmacological. And then there are also other aspects of alternative medicine that I've been talking about, how to manage the pain. And massage also helps to manage pain, and so that it reduces the frequency of the use of pain medications. And so what other ways we need, that's why we need to explore other ways. And then the medical community should not be close towards other forms of therapy or intervention, even though they are not orthodox. We need to look at, explore those others, even though they are not orthodox. Maybe those others can also help us to manage pain properly. So in developing a comprehensive pain management guideline or plan, we have to go beyond physical management of the pain, mental management of the pain, and how it affects the family as well. Somebody is admitted in the hospital with pain, someone definitely in the family will come and be staying with the patient in the hospital. That person, his or her life is also altered, because if he's working or going to school, he may need to take some work from days off to be able to manage the child or the family member with sickle cell. So it has to be an holistic care that's not only dwelling on providing medications, but how the pain affects the person as an individual, affects the family, and other forms of intervention that we can use to relieve the pain rather than drugs only. Then don't forget, whenever you're developing a guideline to manage pain, always bring up on the table the patient with sickle cell disorder so that they can share the experience.
Thank you very much. I loved that last point that you kind of emphasized at the end about bringing to the table the people who are actually affected by the disease. So that was a great point to end on. And I think we might be having to go back to the main room very soon, but I want to again express my gratitude for you coming and speaking to us and educating us about sickle cell disease.
Thank you very much. It's an honor and privilege.
Thanks everyone for coming back to the main room. I hope you all were able to enjoy your breakout sessions and had wonderful conversations. I know we did in room 6. So I'd love to hear a recap from each of the moderators on what you all spoke about. If you could just give a brief, 1 or 2 sentences on how your conversations went. We can start with Christina, room 1.
Sure. Actually, this is Ken. I was just going to speak for Christina. Oh, I'm sorry, Christina. I didn't mean to cut you off.
I was just going to introduce you and say that you are in the room with me. But yeah, he has very graciously offered to highlight some of his answers.
Awesome. Thanks, Ken.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Sorry about that. But I was just going to say, we had a really a great set of conversations, and I think that at a very high level, there were probably three main things that came across. One is cooperation, the importance of really working together, speaking with one voice, and working cooperatively to address this whole myriad of problems or whole myriad of issues that is sickle cell disease. Without cooperation, we'll have no chance of really addressing those. Advocacy was one of the other aspects. How do we begin to make an impact? There are many ways in which we can advocate, both through some of the legislation, but also by working with our local groups, because you want to work local and think global. And one of the ways which is very important is that what tangibly can we as individuals do? There are a lot of needs out there, as we just saw. I would say that the support for the community-based organizations who are the feet on the ground working to improve things is vital. And if I had to pick and choose, I would say that is where money and energy can be best utilized by people who are in this forum. So thank you.
Thanks, Ken.
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from room 2, Sharice.
Hi. So we had a great discussion about from Dr. Laura DeSama, who also is a sickle cell patient. Sickle cell person, but she is working through it. She's has trials, and she is currently doing science on the sickle cell and working with clients as well. It was a very insightful discussion.
Thanks, Sharice. And a bunch of other stuff. So we'll hear from room 3, Leslie.
Yes, and room 3, we talked about 3 main areas that I'll summarize, and that is that there's a need for increased training of the current healthcare providers in the area of sickle cell. Also, there's a need to increase the number of healthcare providers of color who have an awareness of this particular disease. Secondly, focus what we can as a general population do is focus our donation dollars in the area of sickle cell, both research and in hospitals, foundations that focus just on sickle cell. And finally, to get out and make our legislators aware of legislation needed to fund hospitals, to fund training, research, and to fund pharmaceutical therapies.
And Leslie, don't forget, we talked about implicit biases in healthcare.
We did talk about implicit biases in healthcare, and so part of the solution for that, Dr. Urs thought that an increased awareness of current healthcare providers and an increased number of physicians of color would be a necessary first step to combat the implicit bias. But thank you, Sandra. Thank you so much.
Leslie. Next, we'll hear from room 4, Andrew.
Yes, thanks, Toby. Hey, everyone. So in room 4, we were chatting with Kristen Lockhart and Celeste Balaban from more of the coordinating and social work side of the conversation. And some of the main takeaways, we talked a little bit about root problems. A lot of these have been discussed throughout today's session, and especially with respect to funding. That was a big issue, the lack of funding overall, which really shows up in the system not working in many different ways, particularly with respect to racism and bias, particularly like anti-Black racism in terms of how money is not allocated to it. Education in EDs is inconsistent at best, and that even the learned behaviors or the trust in the system itself, where Black and other POC patients won't even come to the hospital because of historical treatment and mistrust and a lot of harm that the healthcare system has done to Black people. we also talked about in terms of ways forward, next steps, a lot of critical connections, community organizing and connections with key players within local communities and regional and national communities. Advocating loudly and urgently, being fearless makes an important difference. We talked about, there was a big shout out to actually Dr. Ted Love and GBT, the Global Blood Therapeutics, that they've been really helpful, that GBT has been a really great resource for a lot of the social work and coordinating that our speakers were talking about. And lastly, a really important takeaway that we discussed was everyone knowing that they're not alone. There's a lot of challenges, but there are really a lot of passionate people working on this stuff every single day. So that was a really important and I think good takeaway.
Thanks, Andrew. And we just have 2 more rooms. And so sorry that we are over time, everyone, but we'll just take about 10 more minutes to make sure everyone else can share. So Ido, can you share from room 5?
Sorry, before we proceed, there was someone in breakout room 4 that had a question for the panelists. They were asking if there were practical ways to reduce pain and drug addiction in sickle cell warriors, as this tends to be a reoccurring problem in their locality clinical practice.
Celeste or Kristen, did you want to answer that?
Kristen's mic was having some issues earlier and it looks like she's trying to speak in.
Sure, Kristen, not sure if you wanted to share it in the chat with one of the tech folks or Charisse, and then we can share it out to the group. Ido, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, I can talk about what we spoke about in my room. So I had the pleasure of speaking with Mr. Owoye about his experience with sickle cell disease. And one of the things that we talked about was what are the next steps that kind of need to be taken to improve the future for those with sickle cell disease. And one of the things that he emphasized was education, and that education not only for the physician that could help better treat those sickle cell disease, but then also for the community so they can help decrease discrimination against those who have the disease as well. And then lastly, we talked about the importance of involving the people affected by the disease at the decision-making tables when making decisions about things such as pain management need to be made.
Thank you. And finally, from our room, room 6, Mona, did you want to share what we spoke about in our room?
Yeah, yes, I'll just do it very quickly. So we have 3 major key points, key takeaways. One is the one voice. We had Dr. John James and Dr. Rita Moran at the breakout room. And yes, and the emphasis is that we need to be have one strong collective voice. And what does that mean? Is like to really put a lot of emphasis on education and also a lot of pressure on our elected officials and legislators to raise awareness of this sickle cell disease, and also all the funding that should go along with it to support the research and medical facilities centers. And the other thing is to ensure that the question came out, is there any room for hope? It just seems so such an uphill challenge, and Dr. James said, yes, the hope is today, based on the conversations that's happening globally. Many people here from around the world talking on this topic and learning. There's a lot of education today, and and also there is a pipeline of new potential treatment happening. There's new innovation. This disease has been with us for over 100 years. There's research done to it. However, there needs to be continued conversation and education around it, so that to create the hope there. And the other thing is we talked a lot about United Nations Day of Peace. There seems to be a theme every year on peace. Like, for example, 2019 was creating a climate action for peace. If you want peace, you have to take care of the climate impacts around the world. And 2021 was recovering from pandemic, from an equitable and sustainable world. And then this year, 2022, was end racism, build peace. So perhaps we could have a theme globally, work with United Nations or World Health Organization to focus on this 1 year, focus on sickle cell disease, and next year could be malaria or could be AIDS. But we should have that kind of education happening, or that kind of concerted effort globally to address this issue, so that every child, whether you're from Ethiopia or India or Nigeria, you have the same access to right to life and health and good quality care and respect for dignity of life. Yeah.
Thank you, Mona. Thank you all so much for sharing all of those tidbits and your thoughts. Yeah, these sounded like they were really great conversations happening in each room. So really glad that we could move forward on that. So we will have a 1-minute video. Just wanted to share a little bit more about the UN East Bay chapter of the UN. So we'll have that video. I think we need the sound on. Alrighty, well, you all, we've come to the end of our program. Thank you all for being here and again, sharing your thoughts and your ideas on how we move forward on this. I wanna take a moment to thank all of our keynote speakers, our panelists, and our partners, the nonprofit Guru Foundation, the National Black Church Initiative, the Global Blood Therapeutics Incorporated, UCSF SF General Sickle Cell Center, Backbone Funders Corporation, Piedmont Montclair Rotary Club, Stanford University School of Medicine, Bayou Meets the Bay, Equity Consultants, Rotary Club of Richmond, Medical Women's Association of Nigeria, the Sierra Club, and Haifa Collective. I also want to take this time to again thank you all as participants and to the entire UNA USA East Bay chapter for bringing this event together in celebration of Human Rights Day on December 10th, which focuses on health disparities through the lens of sickle cell disease. Before we go, we'd like to take a quick photo for commemoration. So if you do find it within your ability, please turn on your camera and we'll take that photo. And not sure who's taking it, but please provide a countdown so we can all smile.
Okay, let me count to 3. Please all smile. 1, 2, 3. Also, please hold your smile because this is a 2 pages gallery. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, next. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, until next time, you all have a wonderful evening, morning, day, wherever you're at.
Thank you, Gabby,
Thank you.
for amazing facilitation. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Wonderful session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Medical Women Association of Nigeria, Boeing. Thanks. Good
Thank
collab.
you, Toby. Awesome job. Thank you.
Thanks all.
Thank you, David.
Hello, my name is Louise Rachel Mapimila. I am a Zambian Moroccan sickle cell trait warrior. I'm based in the UK. I'm an author and I'm the founder of Symptomatic Sickle Cell Trait Global Voices United, a global community on Facebook looking to change the incorrect narratives clinically and research on sickle cell trait. It is a common misconception that people with sickle cell trait do not suffer any symptoms. However, in my lived experiences and many others that I found and connected with in my 2 years of founding the support group, I found many like me. My GP had told me in 2020, following myself going into a major sickle cell crisis, which rendered me completely physically disabled, that it was very rare to suffer symptoms for a carrier. However, since the age of 5, I've always suffered symptoms. It was not until almost dying and following such major symptoms that my eyes were opened and I realized exactly what I'd been going through my whole life. I ended up with a mini stroke and I'm still suffering complications from that to this date, and other complications, many major complications, and still awaiting many treatments. I wrote my book for all who are interested in finding out about sickle cell trait. For anyone who needs to know, the title is Symptomatic: Life of a Sickle Cell Carrier, an Invisible Disability, My Story. It is available on Amazon marketplaces on all platforms. I hope that you'll help us buy the book by buying the book, joining our support group, and helping us to change the narratives which are incorrect on sickle cell trait, because it is not benign. Thank you.